Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to another qualifier for Wrath of the Gods, but it's also the last one, so there will be actually no more of these now. Do get ready with that. Do get ready. We've already got our first matchup, and I just want to quickly take you guys through the bracket today. This is also going to be, full disclosure, a sponsored stream, because we've got HelloFresh teaming up with us today, or the other way around rather. They're the bigger ones. Let's talk about our bracket though real quick. I'm hoping that this browser is connected. It's not. I always forget that. You guys know this is tradition. Alright, now it's set up. So we've got, we're gonna go through the bottom here with match 10 between Matthew and Lordy, and then we'll be looking at the winner going up against Magic. We have 44 players today, and we've also got Zako and Eric BR that we'll be covering. And then the winner of all these will be fighting in match 35. Like, by seeding, it should be Magic versus Eric, but Zako might surprise us. Let's see. Maybe Matthew will surprise us, or Lordy. We'll see, we'll see. Either way, I'm gonna get into the game, and the guys are already doing their drafting process, so let's take a look at that in the meantime. This is where we're at currently with the maps. The first one is gonna be Giza. We've got a ban on Midgard and Karlagar, and the pool for Matthew is Mount Olympus, Ghost Lake, Elysium. For Lordy, it's Marsh, Land Unknown, as well as Blue Lagoon, so nothing too crazy there. Now we're moving on to the next thing here, which is the god drafting process. We've got a ban on Zeus, we've got a ban on Ra, so I'm going to build the interface for this real quick, and then I'll tell the guys that they can go ahead and play. We've got 4 Odin, Gaia, and Loki picks for Matthew. And we've got Kronos, Poseidon, Hades, and Isis for Lordy. So yeah, kind of the meta gods. The Ra gets out of here. There's no set in this one, which is a bit of variety for us. We've had so many set games throughout the last few weeks, guys. It's insane. However, we are just gonna really quickly build this interface, and then I'll tell the guys they can play. We've got Kronos, Poseidon, Hades, and Isis. Okay, that should be it as far as that goes. Then we've got the God Picker for their very first game. Let's take a look in a moment. This is almost up to date. I'm just getting the last of the things. Alright, it's gonna be a 4 versus Poseidon for the first game. And then all I gotta do is join them. Cool. So this is what this should be looking like. Oh, I've been told I should refresh this as well. Whoops. Guess we didn't do that. Do a quick refresh on this page. I think it's already done it automatically. We're fine. We're fine. So all I gotta do now is find these players. And by the way, the bot we swapped from Streamlabs to Stream Elements because they now support multi-streaming, so that's fantastic. The bot today is gonna be sending you guys links to HelloFresh, which if you're gonna be a first-time subscriber, you'll be supporting our project as well as getting some pretty damn good food. So do check that out. I'll talk about it more later. We've got a bunch of calls to action coming up later during the day, once we have a bunch of viewers. I am finding the game. Working on it. Yeah, I have, you are not French, Matthew. I know that, but it's picking up your location from your profile, I think. So perhaps I'll tell the admins to manually override you. Lebanon, right? Is the one. I've requested it. By the way, I met Matthew once at Gamescom in Germany. It was cool. One of those rare things that happen in this community. It was totally accidental too. I was there for work. Yeah, that was great. I also met Gordov at the same time. They were hanging out. Where is this lobby? Oh, I've got it. They're already playing, I think. Well, the first map is gonna be Giza. Let's go. Ladies and oh, where's the screen? There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Wrath of the Gods. This is our final qualifier for this tournament series. Sponsored by Microsoft and the streaming crew, Boyd, myself, Iron Maiden, Yodesla is helping as well, and Wolf Studios. In the blue color, we have got Matthew of the AOL clan, and on the other side, in the red, this is Lordy. Got ourselves the 4 versus Poseidon matchup in fast forward because I joined like a moment too late, but it's okay. We'll just breeze through this archaic age where our 4 player will be getting a ton of these armory upgrades. Anyhow, we're talking about copper shields right now. That's one of the cheapest, and then we'll be talking about copper mail. This will all generate 1 dwarf each. Oh, actually not copper mail, but hammer of thunder is cheaper if you don't count for the favor. The way you get the favor usually is you kill some of the chickens, or now turkeys, but that got left out. What did get killed? I guess the hippos. He's killing all the hippos, and it's netting him quite a bit of favor too. Now on the other side, we've got the classical age advance through Hermes. I actually kind of like this fast forward archaic age thing. This is just a thing that I like, I think. Theseus is already kind of beaten up from going into the town center's range. Forseti is gonna come in, but ultimately what got done here? Not much. You know, Matthew can just wait out the classical age, get his Dwarven Mine cast, and that should be all good. We've also got a lore cast on top of the existing chickens, spawning some extra chickens. We've got the double stable coming in also. And further upgrades are being queued up in the armory. Dwarven Breastplate is going to be next. I would say it would be nice to get weapons first, because Breastplate is going to require 10 favor, so it won't be done instantly. Also got a tower upgrade pre-queued, and I think we're soon going back to normal speed. This is it. This is the normal speed now. So we'll see what happens with this harassment, then we'll go relic hunting, okay? Atalanta, of course, an absolute Gigatrixie. Very fast. Will pick off anything in the Norse roster except Raiding Cav. Towers are now upgraded, so that will help a little bit with the tanking. It would be even better if houses or wall chips were around it. Wall chips are allowed in this tournament, by the way, so that's something to keep in mind. The relic hunting has begun, not just for us, but for Matthew as well. So we've got the Thundercloud Shawl, which will improve the pierce armor of human units and heroes. We got the Head of Orpheus for building line of sight, as well as the Black Lotus for farming gather rate increases. And there was one more somewhere. Did Theseus? Yeah, Theseus got it. It's the Pygmalion statue for villager health, so it's going to be very difficult to counterattack our Greek player and get actual kills against him. I have no idea who's going to necessarily win this series, but they've got some rather good gods available in this. They haven't really gotten any significant vetoes. Lordy, I believe, vetoed Ra, which I've never seen Matthew play Ra. So I'm not sure how relevant that is going to be for this series. It should technically mean that Matthew gets all his main gods, right? In theory. It's always been a Norse boy. So getting as many Norse as possible should be good for him. He can also play Greek, I'm pretty sure. A second TC grab out of Lordy. Okay, that's very ballsy, I have to say. We'll see how that goes. Wow. It's a rather big army already for our Norse players, so I'd be worried about that TC grab that, Lordy can just go, Matthew can just go and overwhelm Lordy. The villager count is surprisingly equal right now. I'm curious as to what is going on with that. I'm assuming there was a little bit of stalling with like the gold and not enough dwarfs were made or something like that, because this is not right. There should be more dwarfs than there are Greek villagers. They do have the same train time these days. There was a patch where that wasn't the case, where dwarves were training slower, but no more. Cavalry does get away from the stone throws, or the boulder throws of the trolls. And so far, so good for Lordy, but I do think that this army can get a lot bigger if we're not housed. And we're very housed right now as Matthew. But he's working on it. Getting a bunch of building destructions as well as militia kills. Giving him a little bit of favor. Might be enough eventually to get the Dwarven Breastplate. And, you know, knocking down the production of the opposing player, always a great thing. So maybe, just maybe, Lordy is in a lot of trouble. It's very difficult to afford cavalry and villagers at the same time. Right now, nobody is gathering gold, in fact. And only 4 villagers are getting sent out to the second gold mine, so maybe this is just gonna be a straight up gold starve. But several militia do survive. Nice garrison micro as well. So those will be helping out with the coming fights quite a bit. Yeah, the food does need to be converted into gold. So seeing something like a market now would be, I think, very, very important to do. Dwarven Breastplate is now coming in. But these full-size humans can't wear Dwarven Breastplate. The size doesn't check out. Oi. Oi. How... No! Help me, Steph Matthew, I'm stuck. Oh. What happened? That's so unfortunate. Well. It's a lot of praying villagers, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 9 people on favor, so the constant centaurs are going to be a thing. But can they hold back a flaming weapons? I think not. This is a great move by Matthew to just go up to the next stage. It's exactly what needs to happen in these scenarios, so he's doing exactly the right thing. Looking forward to the results of that quick healing spring as well. Getting these workers back to full health, getting the army back to full health even more importantly, and if Lordy ever dares to come here to fight, well, the healing spring will make for a great defender's advantage. So a lot of houses being built out there. Better the military do it than the villagers, because you save the time of villagers gathering resources. However, you know, you kind of don't want it that way. You don't want it out here, is what I'm trying to say. You want it back home. That would be ideal, but not the case. Either way, the flaming weapons can be ceasefired, at least partially, so it won't be fully effective, but it's definitely more than nothing. And, you know, the Greek army is actually looking not so bad. The Centaurs getting their upgrade now, giving them a little bit of extra stats. Certainly their health bar is getting chunky. More Centaurs are coming out. Watchtower is being researched, but the pickoffs on the Toxotes are absolutely sick so far. So those are not going to play a big role at all. Next up, we've got Call of Valhalla and heavy infantry queued up. But meanwhile, that doesn't mean that we can't do some damage, right? That's what Matthew is thinking. He's 155 population, actually maxed out right now, or about to be. Up against 127 population army. It's going to be very difficult to pull away from this flaming weapons, and several units are getting picked off the bat. That is rough. Maybe the heroes can get on top of the trolls, but I think the main TC will be destroyed. The ceasefire needs to be cast! Oh my god! It's late! Was there lag here? Or is he waiting out the full effect of flaming weapons? I mean, it would have been good enough either way, right? Just repair that thing. I guess he's happy to trade it. He's getting all these militia. That is something I wasn't taking into account, and maybe neither was Matthew, because that's a lot of militia, ladies and gentlemen. Can our Greek player now hold and, you know, pump out enough units to fight this off? Can he go heroic after? Because you'll need all of that. Oh my god, the free trolls sticking in the middle of nowhere. What are they doing there? That was a big blunder by Matthew, and that might get punished pretty damn hard. However, the heroes are getting on top of Centaurs there for a moment. And it looks like there's some further destruction coming to them anyway. It's kind of brutal. The Greek army is disappearing and heavy infantry is in. Any berserks that die will be netting Matthew some more favor as well. And he's now 160 population. Game 1 goes to him in a pretty solid fashion, I might add. Well, there's the 1-0. Let's take a look at the post-game real quick. This is what I'm looking for. Okay, actually, Matthew didn't outgather Lordy too much, but that here I think at 7-8 minutes, being up 1,500 resources, yeah, that will make for a massive army difference. And then you go TC against this. No, you have to go TC first instead of trying to pressure. And I think that way you do get your advantages out of this as Poseidon. With a timely heroic age yourself, I think a lot can be done. But trying to pressure and then go TC, well, I don't know. You have to kill villagers, and that's not an easy thing to do against 4. Okay, we're back here. Let's get a quick update on the flags. I think that should be done. No, it doesn't work. Alright, the next map is going to be Blue Lagoon, and we're looking at an Odin versus Kronos. So let's get in there as quickly as possible. This is now finished. We've got our 4-player winning. Or Norse for the Norse players. So this should now be the up-to-date drafting. And I'm looking for the game. All right. Seeing if I can find this lobby. Try again. Trying again. Nope. It still says France. Either way, gamers, we're going to Blue Lagoon. Let's hit it. Alright, you gamers, welcome to game 2. We've got Blue Lagoon as our map, and in the blue color, playing now as Odin, this is Matthew. His opponent in the red, on the other side of the map, picking Kronos, this is Lordy. Not the dudes that did Hard Rock Hallelujah. Maybe he is. Wonder which instrument he does. Probably the guitar. These RTS players have a lot of APM. Got oracles out there on the map looking for information like this gold mine. That's a really good little sneaky location that maybe Matthew won't find. Odin does have really good scouting though with the ravens. You can never rule out that they find the important stuff. Also, the corner elephants are gonna be pretty critical in this map. It's a lot of free food available, but also puts your villagers at significant risk. I think an Odin player would consider it though. They do have that extra hunting rate anyway. And Kronos, well, you can time shift your manors with you, so you can have more than one manor in one location in a reasonable way. The temple is coming up very early. This is literally just all food, so it's going to be a pretty strong rush from our Kronos player with a 330 advance. Gonna hit pretty damn hard. Oh, starting another villager there. And Prometheus is coming in. Expecting the time shift forward on the temple, of course. And that oracle might be looking for a temple deconstruct to stop any Hersiers from being made, but Matthew already suspects it and makes a second berserk in order to chase away the oracle, no doubt, or to at least find the location. Where did the Kronos Manor go? Oh, good question actually. Where did it go? To the town center, already time shifted. Yep, it's there. Went to Narnia. Chat knows. But basically, you want to do 2 manors, time shift them to this town center, then they'll be using their temporal scaffolding passive ability, and you'll be able to build this fast. You also turn 2 citizens into heroes while you gather the resources required, and they'll be building it real fast as a result, because the heroes do build faster, right? Alright, Promethean goes in. We've got our deconstruct on the temple. That will have to be rebuilt, but because Matthew did make that extra berserk, this will be a pretty quick process. You don't super need to do that, but hey, if you do that, you have more defending units, so can't hurt really. Kitchen knives are getting pulled out against the Prometheans, and so far so good, but the TC is kind of missing its shots against these units. However, we've got Freya in, we've got the Valkyrie at the same time pretty much. Why is she not doing anything? Oh, she's healing, I see. Got a lot of garrisoning micro as well on these dwarves. And I think everyone is in a healthy state. The Valkyrie can fix him up. But of course, Kronos more interested in building the settlement. Putting 2 extra villagers, that's going to be a little bit expensive as far as them not gathering resources goes. Literally, our Kronos player cannot make units now, so a set of raids from our Norse player would be rather potent at this point. Gonna be interested to see how that goes. Do we have more citizen heroes? Yes. The Theft of Fire upgrade is gonna be next in no time, I'm sure. Got a little bit of hunting party out there. And the temple's coming home. Not before it takes a beating by the Valkyrie though, so it's gonna be pretty weak. Okay, didn't deliver the remaining hits. We've also got additional Berserks as well as Herseer out. So what this can do is actually gold block our Kronos potentially. You can just sit on this gold mine and prevent him from making units, really. I think that would be a pretty good play. So don't forget that Odin units do regenerate. They can stay there a really long time, actually. So me looking forward to this. Here they go, finding a citizen, but they teleport into the tower safely. And we'll be able to go to the far side of this area, getting some wood, no doubt. Can't afford too many more Terma at this point, so it will have to be rather Prometheans, but going up against all the Herseer wouldn't be my favorite thing, that's for sure. More buildings are getting built by Matthew, going up to now 4 buildings, great halls and everything getting added. And the temple is looking a little weaker. But he does need a bigger army to really start threatening it. We haven't really looked at the relics, guys, so let's take a look at them. We've got the Archimedes' Ledger. That will reduce population cost for siege weapons. We've got Grugnir Odin Spear, which will boost up Berserk... sorry, not Berserks, but like Herdman, Hoplites, Spearmen, capabilities, not the core units. System of Bast. We've got for villager discounts, and down here it's Tierfing, which is for unit lifestealing. Well, heroes get to lifesteal from units. Getting on top of the hunting crew would be rather epic, but right clicks the building. That's a lot of free damage coming in from Lordy's army. And Matthew has given enough time here to build up something. So under the TC protection, I think this is more or less fine. Add in a few more metal to help tank, and the army is really not too bad. Maybe a bunch of catapulties. That's a decent forest fire, actually getting even a kill, and some spread out damage across these units. Picking off the counter barracks is going to be fruitful as well, as long as it actually happens. Maybe the Valkyrie should be delegated to do a little bit of healing on these units, because I don't think the next counter barracks is reasonable to take on directly. Yeah, the Valkyrie has some opportunity to heal. The back elephants are now getting eaten up. By both players. Zebra are no longer safe. Go back later. I mean, they're gobbling this up really quick, so it won't be long. Won't be long now. Population advantage is hugely in favor, by the way, of Matthew, but that's just army. The civilians are the other way around. 56 civilian population to 29, 30 now, but still, it's 58 here. And that gap is gonna keep rising as the second town center is doing its job. So Matthew needs to really make something happen very soon. And I just don't think he's geared up for it. There's no second TC, there's no heroic coming in. Sure, he's pre-queuing it, but until he gets all this food, well, that's gonna take a million years. Meanwhile, our Kronos player is gonna put himself in that kind of position too. Especially while eating elephants. Right now, the food isn't going up because they're not gathering, but look at it now. So much better. A lot of catapulties got queued up there also. Making Valkyries, yeah, that will completely block any dreams of going heroic, but might find a villager kill or two. However, that doesn't equalize the situation even a little bit, so something to keep in mind. Yeah, grabbing this TC is alright, but it's... is it too little too late is the real question, because look at the resources of our Atlantean player. All this food is gearing up to reach 800, and once it does, well, you know what's next. Heroic Age. We've also got Theft of Fire research. I don't know if I pointed that out, but it basically makes these guys gather even faster. It's always worth using your favor early on Valor, turning the citizens into heroes, and now the Heroic Age is getting queued up. Hyperion is coming in, and that will make the next fight so much easier, with the throwing X-Men hopefully attacking each other rather than the Atlantean army. It's really just a matter of having enough heroes to deal with the Valkyries. Tons of extra oracles are getting made as well, which is very important to do for any Atlantean. Do you want to spam those Chaos God powers on cooldown, right? That's the pretty brutal cavalry raid. 2 villagers are dead, but I think the rest can be saved. A little bit of catching up for Matthew. You'll need a lot more of those in order to actually equalize the game, though. I mean, still not going heroic, right? The frost power would be rather useful. This back gold mine, however, is so safe. I just don't know what you realistically can do here. I mean, you could technically freeze all these farmers alongside the army. Do the shuffle. Almost. Armory's up. Perhaps Matthew looking to get some cheap copper upgrades. Really can't hurt. Heavy infantry and archers are coming in now. That's for lordy, of course. No ranged upgrades specifically for Norse. And I'm guessing we'll see some Arcus, we'll see some Murmillo, maybe some destroyers, but not in a rush with that. Right now, not making units whatsoever. I'm guessing the reason for that is that he wants to make sure that he makes all the villagers that he can. Manor limit, has that been reached already? Nah. I don't think so. It certainly has not. Attacking the TC is interesting here. Cavalry trying to make something happen back on the other side. Matthew not defending this. I guess he's letting the TC do as much work as possible, and then he'll jump in on this action, potentially shooing away lordy. He's also gonna have frost research, so he can take on like half the army. Okay, they're running. The Chiroballista at front are completely exposed. With the Valkyries joining the fight, this could be rather brutal. Chaos is being used on just about half the army. The throwing X-Men are hitting each other, and we've got Frost coming in. The Norse army will have enough time here to do a little bit of damage, get a few kills perhaps, but not too many. The hill fort will be up, however, that's some help. And you could repair the town center, I suppose. That's important. You could wall in the army, of course. 24 seconds left. There's definitely enough time to wall this in and to take a big fight. Does Matthew actually have enough population? He's got a little advantage, I suppose. Getting on top of the archers now, getting some frost giants out as well, but they are idling in the middle of nowhere. Not every unit is gonna be fighting here for Matthew. The Arcus are surprisingly good at taking on those raiding cavalry, by the way. They're not heavy cav. But it's these Valkyries, man, that's what scares me, and I think they will just absolutely own this Atlantean army. Lordy might have to tap out with how badly he is losing this fight, but he does have a big economy behind this, so hopefully he doesn't get completely tilted and just get some Quintarius heroes or something and, you know, recalculates the situation. You need some kind of hero army in order to face this. A bunch of Arcus heroes wouldn't hurt either. Certainly has the favor and resources for it. But there's no heroes here against a pretty much half myth unit army. Rams are gonna get made. That's a rare sight. They're not particularly great in retold, honestly, guys. The villager numbers get high very quickly, and you have to commit into these battles with a lot of villagers around, and they just shank the siege weapons and they disappear. This gold mining operation. Both of them are really, really risky, but hey, as long as the other guy doesn't know, it's fine, right? This is our only best of 3 series for today, by the way. Oh god, Atlas is coming in. This is the only best of 3. So Matthew just needs this one win, and he's already off to the races against Magic. Catching the gold miners would be one way to do that. Then you'll basically be caught up with the overall economy for the most part. Especially with this gold mine running out, it's actually a really good move to go after that. He finds it with the Cav and Ravens. This is a devastating strike. And if they go for the next fight before Implode hits, I think Matthew would be able to win pretty handily with all these Frost Giants and Valkyries. Even the Valkyries are coming over. Lordy is not paying attention and he's losing villager after villager. It's really brutal, actually. As I was saying, the population, civilian-wise, will equalize here. Can the Valkyries intercept this? They have to go where the villagers are going, not where they used to be a minute ago. And he is getting ahead of them. That should be a good intercept, but they're not on attack move. Yikes. Meanwhile, the bigger fight is starting up as well. Will there be enough anti-archer units in this? It's mostly just infantry. And, you know, even the Huskar, they are anti-archer, but they can't tank this too well. Because the bonus damages are still in effect. Now, a bunch of the citizens were picked off. It wasn't quite all of them, but we've got a more or less equal situation. The Arcus are now shooting at the throwing axemen. And there are some heroes in there, I think, right? No, I think there aren't. It's just the satyrs doing the bonus against myth unit. And the Frost Giants will be getting to them. This army is now once again obliterated. 175 population from Matthew against Lordy's 90. With essentially no army left, he's gonna have to implode himself. He is doing it. And Matthew is trying his absolute best to get out of it, but you just can't. With the most recent iteration, it is not possible to escape. He's imploding himself. Several villagers will go down as a result. But so did much of Matthew's army. This was actually a lifesaver for Lordy. Unfortunately for him, both of his Argus are getting caught by the Frost Giants. I'm not even sure if they'll be able to fall and do another blob attack. Doesn't look like it. We'll need some fanatics as soon as possible to deal with melee front lines. Right now, the population would allow, I think, Lordy to survive. But without gold, he can't. And this is the last gold mine that he's got. This is the last place he can mine. And if Matthew just pumps out enough units, he can overrun this. I'm sure he can. Destroying the temple would be a pretty important move as well. There's a ram right here. Let's see if he can get it done. It's getting shanked to death, however. Got a Arcus hero out on the field, and the Atlantean army is standing strong. It's pretty equal, but the civilian advantage for our Norse player is getting a little too large. It swung the other way around from the early game. What is going on, however, with this wood? There's 9 dwarfs here at the very least. Those should go and mine gold or something. But even then, I think it's too much. That is way too many people on wood. Something to fix. Lots of Arcus are coming out. I would love to see Fanatics, but without a fortress, that's going to be... Oh, there is a fortress. I forgot about this one. So yeah, Fanatics, there's no excuse not to make them. They're one of the best units in the game. at this point if you want to make him. Well, it's not an if you want to make him, you should make him. The Norse army has great difficulty dealing with them because you are forced into throwing axemen, then you got the mass archers picking those off. There's no excuse. Catapalti is trying to make something happen. Counter barracks time shifted to the other side of the map, trying to make some catapaltis for raiding. That is the weirdest thing. I think that should have been a military barracks so that it can be Murmillos at least, or even better, make Contarius in that fashion. That would be, I think, kind of nice. Would have loved to see that. Fire Siphon's also a good unit, of course. You want to take down these buildings, but I do think you need the Fnatic support in order to keep them alive, because all these melee units are going to just jump on it and delete it. It's already gone. What Fire Siphon? Yikes. And another one bites us. It's so expensive. It's so expensive. You have to have an army that can protect these weapons. But there are now Arcus heroes. Well, at least there's one Arcus hero. Still, it's enough to melt away the frost giants. What is this villager doing here? Alright, why not? Raiding Cav looking for more prey. Fortified town center is in as well. The dwarves are not. They don't have an ox cart. They're walking all the way back to the TC. Would love to see a third TC as well from Matthew, but he's spending all his resources on military and upgrades. The farm upgrades are coming in now. Still doesn't have irrigation, but does have winter harvest, so that will help out a lot with that. Trying to jump on this once more. Heavy cavalry will be researched, which is gonna give these guys a lot more power to deal with the Arcus. I don't think the Arcus actually have ballistics, which is making them miss a lot, but now that's finally coming in. The Fanatics are finally coming in as well. Definitely too early for the Fire Siphons, man, but hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. Once Ballistics is in, once Champion Archers and Fanatics are in, this is going to be a very different kind of fight, and our Norse player will really need a Mythic Age in order to deal with this. Whether it's Baldur Cav, whether it's the Bravery Huskarls, all of those options are fine, but something needs to happen to deal with the blob. I guess what else could happen is Lordy stays out there in the middle of nowhere without any cover and gets surrounded. Yeah, that could happen. That's really brutal. His entire army just got evaporated from that mistake. He's still printing Arcus only. Man, you gotta make Fnatic. You gotta make Fnatic. It's such a good unit. It's such a sin not to make him. He's got one this entire game. I'm gonna cry. AOM Matthew is, however, not going to cry. He is winning. He's won. In fact, already, we're going to take a quick look at the post-game here. He's winning most of the categories that matter in this, like largest army and most kills. So that kind of tells the story already. But Lordy did have the economy. He did outgather Matthew significantly. He's just taken these really bad fights where he's lost his entire army pretty much twice. Not quite entirely, but pretty damn near. And at the end, that was just a disaster. That last fight sealed away the game. If it had been more Fanatics, you need a front line for the Archers, basically. Maybe he would have had a chance, but this one goes to Matthew. And with that, he wins the series as well, ladies and gentlemen, and he's going up against Magic next up. The flip didn't update. Either way, that's not what we're going to be looking at, so Matthew will be going up against Magic next, and we need to reset this whole thing anyway. I'm being told if I refresh this, the flag will be fixed. Hey, there we go. Yeah, Magic is next up. We fix your flag, Matthew. Happy? Hope you're happy with that. So yeah, please start your drafting process, boys. Go ahead. And remember to post your replays. Meanwhile, for the chat, I've got some news for you guys. You've heard it probably before in the MetaPlays Discord, as we've announced it there. But we've partnered up with HelloFresh to give you a special offering. So we've got this whole sponsorship thing going on, and I'll give them several shoutouts throughout today's stream, starting with one just now. So basically, our chatbot should have been spamming you already with a bunch of offer messages. Let me see if that's actually working. I actually don't see it. Maybe it's getting filtered out, so I'm gonna use the command !HelloFresh. That should work. Okay, there you go. So you've got our link now. It also is visible in the YouTube chats, hopefully. So I'll do it there. Making sure you guys all have your links. And then we'll go over what they actually offer. Where is my other one? There it is. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. You've got all the links. So that's great. And this is the offer. Cool. So basically you've got this active pretty much everywhere in the world. And what you do is if you become a new subscriber here with HelloFresh, or a returning one, actually the discount applies to all of you, you'll be getting your first 10 free meals, as well as your breakfasts in addition to the offer. So this is absolutely fantastic. HelloFresh does offer really high quality food for any of your dietary needs. So whether you're looking for it says right here that you're looking for personalized meal plans, or you're looking for just fresh food in general. I mean, they're directly getting it from the farm to your doorstep, right? It's a very convenient way to get food. They're chef curated, and whatever your dietary requirements are, whether you're vegan, vegetarian, or just you know, an omnivore, you can get pretty much anything from here. And doing so, you'll be also supporting our project here. If you're using our ref link, which you can see in the chat, or you can use our code POGHF146283. Thank you very much to HelloFresh for making the offer and going with us. I've used HelloFresh in the past several times as well. It's pretty good quality, and you know, it's one of the easiest ways to get a quick dinner made. So yeah, guys, if you're enjoying what we're doing here with our esports content for Age of Mythology, Halo Wars 2, and Company of Heroes 3, do feel free to check this out. And again, thanks to HelloFresh for sponsoring us today. There might be another sponsorship stream with them in the coming weekend. Let's see how that goes. But going back to Age of Mythology, we've got a short break request from Magic, so that is what we will be going with. And by the way, if you're looking at our bracket page on the MetaPlays website, there's also a full disclosure about the sponsorship offer there. So once again, over here, we've got this banner up top, which will explain everything in detail, as well as whether your country does contribute to the sponsorship or not. Either way, you will be getting your personalized offer and discounts through the offer. But now waiting for these guys to set up their draft. Where we are in the bracket. Let me get a quick update here. This is where we are. Matthew versus Magic coming up. Then we'll be covering Zako versus Eric, and finishing up with the match between all the winners of that. So by seeding, that should be Eric and Magic. You also got Boyd, as well as Iron Maiden streaming today. Not Yodesla, he's busy, but everyone else is on as usual, so please do check them out as well. I'll be dropping some quick shoutouts in the chat while we're waiting. Shout out. Starting with Boyd. Oi! That's the wrong Boyd. Dismiss, dismiss. Nope, that's the wrong Boyd. Can I do another? Ah, I have to wait 2 minutes before giving another. Alright, well, no worries. We shouted at the fake Boyd. Congratulations. Played myself. Alright, Magic will be organizing the draft. So we'll be getting there momentarily. Hang on there, fellas. Alright, we've got the map draft up. And then we'll have the God draft as well, which we'll be spectating. Cool, so far they're banning Midgard. It's a very random map, so that's kind of understandable. Land Unknown getting banned by Magic, because anything could happen there. It's a very gambly map. Very understandable that he doesn't want it. Matthew picks Kerlaugar. A little bit surprised by that one. But I guess he must have practiced. You pick it to not play it. We've got Giza as well, and Ghost Lake. Fair enough. It's a very smart way to avoid playing it. Just pick it yourself. Amazing. Blue Lagoon and Mount Olympus. Everything's rather standard. Magic's a tough cookie though. Gonna be needing every little bit. Oh, I forgot one thing about the HelloFresh thing. I need to put it in my game scene as well. So let me really quickly set that up. I need to put it there. Hopefully in a spot that doesn't cover up anything. So bottom left should be okay. Yeah, I forgot that. Just checking all my requirements here. Need to put ad? No, actually you have to tick that it's a branded content. So that's a separate thing. They don't need hashtag ad anymore. They got like the branded content disclosure. That's the real requirement. Okay, the first map is going to be Elysium. And then supposedly we've got our God draft on the way. Yeah, we do. These guys are quick. I'm happy. We've got 4 versus Isis. 4 and Isis banned. And then Ra, Set, Kronos for Magic. Gaia and Odin for Matthew so far. No, it is a best of 5. We do have a best of 5 coming up here. So no, it's not incorrect. we changed the size of the series in round of 32. So you got a bigger match here. Hades or Ranos for the last picks. Very good, very good. Just need to finish my setup here. And this is where we're at. Nice. Hey, this screen doesn't have a HelloFresh tag as well. It's a mistake. This one needs a HelloFresh thing. Oh. Where do I put it though? Oh god. Where do I put it? Like here? No, that's where the maps go. Well, that's awkward. Let's put it here. In the corner. Yeah, that should be fine. Better than covering the score or the actual map. Like, you know what? Up here, I think there's a spot. This is the cleanest spot, I think. No, you can only pick your own maps if you lose. Your own. Not his. So you'll be actually playing Kurlagar. If you keep losing. Yikes. Let's see what their actual map pick, god pick is gonna be. It is Ra versus Odin for the first game on Elysium. Let's get it. You can go ahead whenever you like. There'll be a 3-minute spectator delay. Guys, do always remember to put the spectator delay for your own safety. Soup gets your inheritance. Excellent. All Soup had to do was show up, man. That's pretty good. So let's talk about the matchup a little bit. Elysium is a really open map. And what you get out of that is it's a little bit difficult to wall off and to secure gold mines. They're also usually outer gold mines. So in theory, good news for Odin. But it's Magic. So what if Magic just goes for the classic fighting composition of a ton of Vadgets, a ton of barracks units? How does Norse really deal with that? You need a Hersier in order to deal with the Vadget, but then the barracks units own them. Especially the Axemen have a super strong multiplier against infantry units, and then Slingers do beat any throwing Axemen that might come up. So the only way is cavalry, but then spearmen get made if the Egyptian player scouts well. I'm not sure there's a clean way to do this. The only thing that the Egyptian blob doesn't have in that case is mobility. You just don't have any mobility whatsoever. So running around the map, picking things off is definitely the way forward, I think. Let's see how that goes. Got 1 minute off this left, guys. We're getting there. We are getting there indeed. then I'll send you to the map intro momentarily. It's really beautiful, made by Wolf Studios. Specifically for this one tournament. Let's hit it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We've got ourselves a round 2 match of this last qualifier for Wrath of the Gods. In the blue color, this is I Am Magic playing as Ra. His opponent on the other side of the Matthew? On the other side of the map? In the red, he's playing as Odin. Now, Elysium does lend itself quite nicely to Odin in the sense that you get all these outer gold mines that you can harass, but the Egyptian classical composition is so powerful that Odin might actually have a rather tough time. We will see exactly how that goes, but I'm a little bit worried for Matthew, not just because it's magic. I mean, that's obviously one of those things. You don't want to go up against magic in these early tournament rounds. But it is at least the best of 5, so if you've got a bunch of surprises up your sleeve, then maybe you can show Magic who's boss. He just had surgery a little while back, and he's still recovering partially from that, so let's see if Matthew can surprise him in some way. Now, what he's doing is going out with this priest to make some obelisks. That's a very important thing that you can do in Retold now. Magic was actually a little bit slow to put the pharaoh on the monument, but because he didn't do that, because he empowered the granary, the villagers actually got more food deposited. So only now is he swapping over. Wait, how is this lumber camp in the radius? Oh, I was looking at the town center's radius. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. You can also empower obelisks, by the way, in order to give them a little bit more line of sight. So I think that is rather sick. I love that. Hey guys, shall we move that HelloFresh thing over here? By the way, do check it out. We've got all the links in the description and a special offer for you guys today. We'll cover that in detail more later. Exclamation mark HelloFresh in the chat will give you the info. As far as killing the animals go, Magic has done a really fantastic job. Look at that. The villagers are right between the animal carcasses and the granary, so all they have to do is very quickly deposit, not even have to walk. It's beautiful. Very, very efficient the way he's building and hunting and everything. All the buildings are, of course, within the radius of the monument, so they get empowered without the pharaoh having to move. And meanwhile, the priest is just making all these obelisks across the map for full map information. I'm expecting the Ptah from Magic, but wouldn't be shocked if he went Bast for a change. Maybe he wants to entertain us a little bit. Let's see. Well, we've got Freya coming out of Matthew so far. And his positioning of his hunters is not nearly as good. Look how much time the villagers are spending walking. I even managed to finish that sentence before they got back to the animal. That's crazy. And with Norse, you have no excuse because you have the ox cart, right? So you're supposed to place them efficiently between the behind the villagers as they hunt. We've got the Ptah, so nothing too fancy from Magic. He upgrades his priests. There's no extra priest just yet. But what he could do is go and pick up some relics. Let's take a look. We've got the Titan's Treasure for age up cost reductions. We've got the Qualifier's sledge for favor-free fortresses. That's really nice for sure. We've got Raya's Crown, which is gonna give a town center discount. Wow, so many building discounts here. And Matthew collected the Eye of Ornru, which will make his throwing axeman a little bit better. Well, he will need some throwing axeman, that's for sure, because Magic is supposedly going to triple barracks here while making some additional gadgets. Shouldn't be a huge issue. He does have his second monument after all. Second barracks is coming down, and the third one will follow in due time. Somebody picked a relic. Right, that's Magic's, and it's the Qualifier sledge, so his fortresses will be favor-free. That's insane. He gets to make a free myth unit, basically, in the heroic age with those savings. I still have to pay for the core resources, but you get what I mean. Another gadget coming out, and soon the barracks units are up. Yes, right now it's 2 barracks, but there will be a third soon. Longhouse coming out of Matthew. Magic sees all. He knows all. Nothing here will surprise him. The double cav is also rather standard, as I said before the game started. Their job will be really to roam the map and try to harass these gold mines. Should Magic go out there early on and do something about that, but I don't think he'll easily get that done. I mean, first off, there's going to be Axemen. They're going to have medium Axemen upgraded. They're going to have Scalloped Axe as well for even more melee damage. So any Herstiers, Berserks, whatever, they're not going to make it along. What Magic does need to do, though, is add just a bunch of spears, I think, for cavalry. We also got the tower upgrade. It's coming in at a pretty timely fashion as well. Helping to hold this army at bay. The Herstiers are high in number, but as I said, the Axemen are fantastic against them. They're going to pick them off very quickly here. Magic, however, is going to try to leave with Shifting Sands. He overexposed himself a little bit. These Odin units are going to regenerate themselves to full. And one of the gadgets did die. Several Axemen did die. I think he moved in a little bit too early. Especially against upgraded towers. He could have just left, right? Like, that would have been fine. These these Axemen are just about fast enough to get away from the Herstier. Not so true for the Vegets, though. But still, running away from a fight like that is totally doable. Well, Magic's kind of chilling here, but he does have his third barracks as predicted. He's got his armory as well. Matthew's just turtling. He's getting a little bit of market production going. Looking right into Scotty. So yeah, with the market, he'll be able to trade his excess food into gold. If he wants to do that. Just a little bit of it. 1 click or something. Just have 900. No, he's not going for it. Magic's just making additional gadgets. It's a lot of Axemen, I have to say. The cavalry never reached a high number because Matthew's actually looking for his heroic age advance rather than anything else. He's also not going to opt for this gold mine. I guess sensing that Magic is going to be roaming the place and seeing a house, he might just go and kill that. Buying a little bit of time for these guys to get away, but I think the Obelisk might have seen this. Let's take a look at Magic's view real quick. And, yeah, I would have seen them, wouldn't it? Maybe he didn't pay attention? Or maybe he did. There's a good amount of medium spearmen now in the army as well. Scotty will give you the opportunity to freeze this entire blob, so I think that is useful. Magic does see the guys right now. and might be getting like 2 kills or something. If the dwarves move fast, they can escape. Then great for Matthew, but you know, his home gold mine is expiring. He needs to get out there and do something soon. Save the calf! Ooh, just about survived. It would be a frost giant, of course, for free. Could make a second one. They're pretty tanky boys. And we've got a Goldie coming in as well. There's no slingers yet from Magic, so no counter to those on the field, but he certainly could make some. He's making a 4th barracks now. Very much doubling down on what he's currently doing. And what I'm curious about is there going to be some more hunting? Because he does need a little bit of extra food in order to advance to the heroic age, but it does look to me that he's just happy in the classical one. Giving Matthew too much time would be problematic. Oh my god, we've got a freeze. Well, that's something for the developers to fix. There's nothing I can do. What we'll do is quit out, try to fast forward to this point. It's the best I got. I cry. I was completely live, by the way, so there was spectator delay. Something must have happened. We might never know. I'm not even sure if it will show up here in the lobby list. It's over. Oh, that's why it just cut off. Okay. Well, that sucks. I guess we move on. There's no way I can fast forward there in time. Unless one of you was streaming. Ah. Okay. Thanks for sharing, Matthew. I'm assuming neither of you were streaming this. So there's just no way to see. Except the replay, which might also be broken. That's very unfortunate indeed. Well, it is what it is. So basically, Magic is up 1-0, and we'll just catch up the regular way. Hopefully the other games will work just fine. I'm getting the next god information in a sec. Set versus Gaia is coming up. And the map is Giza. Did that work? And press update. There we go. Hey! Team Respawn is here. I'm assuming Andy. Good to see you, buddy. Got some business going on here. Spectator delay is now on. Should we... Oh, why didn't this update? The second map, show me. There we go. There we go. Now, talking a little bit about Set versus Gaia. Both of them have a pretty good early economy, but Gaia's lasts a lot longer. Like, Set gets a little bit out of his free animals and just being able to hunt safely in the base without needing to move. That is nice for the economy. But he doesn't have the other economic benefits that the other Egyptians do. His empowerment is just limited to the one pharaoh. There's no priest to help like Ra or the monuments to spread it. What you do get though is really good scouting and the potential to get a perfect shifting stance off. So we'll see exactly how that's gonna pan out there. Gaia does have a really powerful heroic age, of course, so that is something to keep in mind. Might see a whole lot of Contarius once we make it to the heroic age, of course. Momentarily, we'll send you guys to Giza. We'll have the whole thing going on with the map intro, specifically handcrafted for this tournament by Wolf Studios. I think they did a really good job. See for yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Giza in the blue color. This is Magic playing as Set. And on the other side, we've got our Gaia player, Matthew, spawning in the red color. Now, the previous game ended on a pretty sour note of it just freezing. And essentially what happened is there was a frost magic. However, fought out and cleaned up, so he just had a way too large army, essentially, and apparently really good micro, but we are not able to check that out. Unfortunately, the replay is probably going to be broken as well if it just halts the spectator stream like that. Well, what we've got is Magic empowering his monument. Sir, you're not playing Set. Is he gonna juggle between... Wait. Okay, guys. You can juggle your empowering. What you do is you put your pharaoh on the granary, you force drop off your food with your villagers at the same time, and then you swap for a few moments to the monument, and then you swap again, you force drop your resources with your villagers, and this way you're getting the empowerment bonus from both places. Empowering the Set monument, however, is only giving you 0.02 per second extra favor. So even if he does this throughout the first 5 minutes, it's not a huge amount. Like 6 favor is what you get out of that. If my math is correct, but never do math on stream. I'm sure somebody will correct me in a moment. And instead, you could be getting hundreds and hundreds of extra food. So I don't entirely understand it. Maybe he just wants to do the same thing as in the previous game and get a lot of extra gadgets out in the classical age. Just cosplay what Ra does with more animals around, I guess, so you have a slightly bigger army. But Gaia is rather well equipped to defend against this. First off, you've got your Lush. If you get your channels upgrade, you'll be able to move faster on the Lush, and the Lush regenerates your units and buildings anyway. So you're pretty well equipped, I think, to fight back. And you've got a souped up economy with dirt cheap upgrades. Like looking at these, it doesn't show the costs, which is unfortunate. Too late. Too late for everything, ladies and gentlemen. Too late. But yeah, the villagers do have extra upgrades already to start with. The economic guild itself is dirt cheap at 39 resources. And you've got the Gaia trees from which these citizens gather faster than they would from normal trees. Oceanus is coming in. the watchtower upgrade will come in as soon as possible as well. Because Matthew knows that he's probably going to go for a fast heroic here. Trying to fight off the Ptah Tide with essentially Contarius in the heroic age, as well as some free dryads that he gets out of the Hesperides trees. Those Hesperides trees, you can cast 2 of them for free, and there's only 1 minute cooldown between them, so basically you start your heroic age with 4 dryads. I think that's absolutely sick. And then the Contarius can certainly beat a bunch of Vadgets back. It's all about those spearmen though, those can definitely hold their own for a little while. But once you got too many of the Contarius, that's a different story. Magic's picking up the relics. We've got the Pelt of Argus so far. We've got the Black Lotus. Pelt of Argus is like unit line of sight. Black Lotus is farming gather rate improvements. We've got the Bridle of Pegasus for, well, free Pegasi flying around. We've got the Fetters of Fenrir for a little bit of villager damage boosts. Right. Double counter barracks. A little bit surprised by this. To see Terma. Aren't we gonna go just fast heroic here? We're out here hunting now. Well, that's definitely a target for Magic. Or it would be. If he didn't go for fast 2 TCs. But then what's the deal with the favor empowerment? Huh. Well, I'll tell you guys something. The Terma are not good against this. This little zoo can keep them at bay for a long time. Magic's got all the food in the world, so he doesn't need to be out here. He can just sit under the TC, waiting for the Terma to come to him. Also got the priest to heal up the animals if he wants to. The poison will be still affecting the heroes from the Vadget, by the way. Just need to not overextend, because it's very easy to pick off like a hyena or the monkey or whatever. Baboon. Sitting under the towers is rather easy. Oh, priest, where are you going? He's doing the relic job instead of saving his myth unit. Okay. That better be a good relic then. Which one was that? That's a Black Lotus for farming. Okay, that's a good relic. Fair enough. It's like having an economic upgrade early on. Got the double barracks coming out for Magic as well. And now I think Matthew can just stop. He knows that there's a second TC now. There's no need to make any more Terma. It's not gonna work. Especially if Magic just makes like 10 slingers or something, then he's fully protected. He can just garrison micro against the Terma. There's really not much they can do. So if you're Matthew, you just let this happen. You go heroic. Come back stronger with the Contarius. It's gonna be fine. But in the meantime, if you can maybe pick off a villager or 2, then great. Any more damage is not reasonable to expect. Almost all the animals have been gathered up. The slingers are coming in. Medium slingers are coming in. The villagers have been mostly safe. I don't think any of them have died so far. Got a bunch of spearmen out as well for Magic. But Feya is coming in. And that means we're going to be looking at Contarius shortly. Very cheap to upgrade anyhow. Oh! It's a kill. Nice. But now the slingers are around and the Terma have to be really careful and run away. Definitely don't want the engagement. Whoa, 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 whoa. Magic is walling them in. What is going on? Why would you go this way? Oh, wow. That town center is gonna mess them up real good. There's no more Terma. And all it cost Magic was making some houses, which he wants to do anyway. The one hero that got away, though. One hero. Alright, heavy cavalry is already coming in. There's no medium cavalry to research for Atlanteans. They just get it for free. And then we've got Lands of Stone as well as Poseidon's Secret. Once Poseidon's Secret is done, the cavalry gets a discount, so that's when you want to start making them in order to keep up the pump. Now with Magic's food sources mostly exhausted, he can either move on to the Zebra or the goats. My goodness, that's a lot of goats. Didn't talk about it yet, but that's 21 goats. It's insane. He never needs farming. That relic wasn't as important early on, as I pointed out. Okay, that's a ridiculous number of goats. Might want to transfer some to this DC actually. Please will be healing everyone up. Where's those Guntarius, man? Raiding with 2 at a time. That's gonna go very slowly, I'm sure. A bunch of Arcus are being made as well because there's just not enough food income for Matthew here. There's no animals left, so I'm not sure why there's a brown spot on the map anymore. Oh, because it's Magic's point of view. The TC is just definitely not gonna happen, right? So this might be a very quick Magic victory if he picks off some further villagers. He's already up 54 villagers to 38 in terms of population. His army does beat that of Matthew's, but you know, if there's too many heavy Contarius, it's actually tough for the Spearmen to keep up. They don't do that much damage, but they have some really good armor. And Magic is pretty broke, right? Like, the income is great, but he's spending everything, so he's not gonna go heroic anytime soon. That's the one play for Matthew that's available. Get those Contarius out there, snipe a lot of villagers, and hope for the best with that. But they're going with the army. The Arcus are slowing them down at the moment at 4 speed instead of 6.3. And a single Spearman actually gives Magic a lot of information. He knows where to look. Channels researched. No, doesn't look like it. The units are the same speed on and off. Doesn't matter whether they are on Lush or not at the moment. Well, it matters for regen, but not for anything else. If he knows at least where the Spearmen are going, there's the bird to deal with them. Technically, it could kill all of those, but not before a lot of villagers get disturbed. Magic does pull away his gold miners, but the main group is still working. He's getting ever so closer to the heroic age. Working on it. He's got almost all the... Oh, he's gonna make a bunch of dryads. He does have some wood. It's not a bad idea at all. Capturing those trees is a pretty big deal. We'll be destroying the market. It's something. It's not much, but it's honest work. Whoa, a lot of the Spearmen are dying now with the Carnivora's help. And by the way, the Carnivora gets the healing from the Hesperides tree. I'm pretty sure Caladria can't heal a Carnivora, but the tree can. That's interesting. Today I learned. Lots of Dryad pickups. To be fair, those were the free ones. It's a very large number of Contarius, and they're healing now on the Lush, as well as through the Caladria. Oh, the Arcus are so exposed. I hate it. That is not good. But they do pull back. Now the Contarius are going to have to be the tanks. Unfortunately for them, they're really outnumbered by the Spearmen. So can they actually hold for long enough? I guess a lot of the Spearmen are distracted by the Dryads, with Magic's Priest not picking them off. Maybe there's an opportunity here for Matthew. Just a little one. But especially Magic not going heroic, but instead making freaking 4 priests. He's gonna be hard stuck in the classical age for a long time. If Matthew can knock Magic off the gold mines now, then that is his moment. However, it just feels like Matthew's army got smaller over time. And not all these units are attacking the spearmen, holding them at bay. This is Sparta, says Magic. Question in the chat, do the trees heal any units? No, just mythical units. So, like the birds. And apparently the carnivora, which I didn't know. But they heal the dryads too, the ones that come out of the place. Decent flank by the Contarius. Magic's units are getting picked off left and right. I'm not sure he can hold this gold mine location. It's actually going to be really tough. The Arcus pick off the remainder of the Slingers now. And, yeah, definitely able to manage the Spearmen. Especially with 3 birds. That's a lot of free birds. Only one of them is free, actually. Some good kiting on the Arcus. Further Spearmen are getting picked off. Magic's just at 108 population with 26 military. Whereas Matthew is going up to 69. But Magic does have enough for the heroic age. Researchers Neftis now, or worships rather. And it's all about those outer gold mines. He's still managing to sneak a little bit. Let's see if Matthew does take a look at that or not. He is pretty much immediate. So that's good to see. But that does get intercepted by some spearmen. Magic's doing a good job with that. It's just that the entire army together would be way too large for Magic to engage. He can't do that. So, unless Matthew does this completely incorrectly and like doesn't give attack move orders and whatever, then yeah, maybe Magic can claw his way back. But if he loses all those villagers out there, his economic advantage is gone. And Matthew's army is starting to look really strong. He's also got some armory upgrades already. Magic has at least weapons. He does have electrum bullets. So that will help these slingers a little bit. He's right now starting to target, I hope, the Arcus. No, he's not. He's shooting the Contarius with the slingers. That's definitely not the way to do this. And Matthew is just having a really good time. All he needs at this point... Oh. Okay, that was ambitious. Magic even pulled his secret villagers forward. And the citizens are dying. How is this happening? How did these spears come here? That is the most random thing ever. But he is looking for some free pickoffs. The Arcus haven't been told to attack move. So once again, they are not. They're just standing around, not getting anything done. And Magic might actually get his Migdal Stronghold up. He's using his Ancestor's God power. Getting the Migdal up. He's alive. He might be able to make it. It's very, very tight, this match, but Magic might have enough to survive. He's sending this army away now with Ancestors. A lot of the Atlantean units are getting picked off on the retreat thanks to the Slinger shooting them down. Dude, the Arcus are just stopping and taking the Slinger fire. Matthew is throwing the game. Oh my god. Holy crap, that's unacceptable. And Magic is gonna punish that so hard. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Yeah, Matthew's gonna be crying about this. There's no one coming to save him. He's gone up 2 TCs. Too little, too late, I might add. Because Magic's just gonna go mythic. He just needs to drop off his food. He needs to stop making units for a second and click up Tot. Or Horus. Or Tot. Or Horus. Ah, we're staying with Tot now. Meteor incoming. Valley of the Kings incoming. All that good stuff. Still printing a lot of slingers even though there's no Arcus anymore. Well, I guess that has more to do with his resource distribution. He doesn't have a whole lot of food right now. Let's see about those upgrades. Ah, it's only plow, but he does have the relic. So that helps. I'm just surprised he didn't eat those giraffes. They're right there. It's faster to hunt, especially in a good spot like that. Like, the rate of hunting is 1. Or, well, was it like 0.9 for Egyptian villagers? Something like that. And then you got this 0.76 for farming. Yeah, even with irrigation, this is gonna be worse. Bite of the shark getting added in, and a ton more minnows are made, which will be great against this kind of army. But I mean, Magic's just gonna get Valley of the Kings, man. He does have 121 favor. He's never used Shifting Sands before, so he could just print elephants, use Shifting Sands to get on the main TC and destroy everything. And here comes the Contarius raid, I guess. It's not too many units to defend against it. But a bunch of them are camels. And there is at least the Scorpion Man. So it's not all bad for Magic. Unfortunate for him that he didn't get the wall off, but he's got a big enough advantage. He doesn't need to complain. Hell, he's getting a third TC. What else could you possibly want? Meteor's gonna be cast somewhere in the main. Or at the front. Because the God Power indicators look the same. Either way, the Contarius are getting blasted to smithereens. The TC is down. Actually, Matthew got away with most of his units. It couldn't have been any better than this. He got really lucky there. But now Magic's getting the Book of Thought. I'm not sure he already has... Oh, okay. Big he does have Valley of the Kings, yep. He already has Valley of the Kings. Bird versus bird action. I'm pretty sure the Symphalian ones will be winning this one, as the Phoenix did no damage to the Arcus. But there's a big human army still. The Slingers are picking off the Arcus rather well. Phoenix isn't going to come back, I don't think. The Contarius will be cleaning up in the end. That's plenty of heavy camels coming in. Should be able to mostly deal with the Contarius. But again, Magic doesn't need to be there. He can just chill. With the support of the fortresses, it's not a big problem at all to hold on here. Perhaps a Migdol can be placed. Good recovery from Matthew. Like, you know, if he gets back to town center and gets another one as well, I think he might be on equal footing with Magic. The army population is looking good. It's just the civilian one. Magic's maxed at 100. So he's gathering resources like there's no tomorrow. And meanwhile, Matthew is just stuck at 72 civilian population. So this army is now blocking his economy growth. Not good. I'm pretty sure he's missing manners. Camels now looking for some action. They are champion camels. A quick response for Eric. Yes, please do wait. You can do your draft, but please do wait, as I'd love to cover your game. So a lot of civilian deaths once again. And army will be taking its place. So the Gaia economy is now definitely on the struggle bus. The camels are owning the Contarius, with Magic's upgrades also starting to hit. He's got the bronze line except for armor, which is coming soon, I'm guessing. He's getting iron weapons instead, never mind. That will give this double bonus damage some more to work with, of course. We'll need a bunch of priests to deal with the birds, but it's not too much of an issue. I don't know about trying to take on the Arcus like this. Magic has all the time in the world. He could make a catapult or something. Oh, he's making lighthouses now? Okay. I think Magic's saying get out of my game. You can see everything from up there. He's taken the last town center. Catapult's coming up. He's pushing with the Migdor stronghold. Solid late game stuff is being set up here. Did he just steal the two? Oh my god, he split off a group and he's stealing the Hesperides trees. He's maxing out on Dryads. In addition to everything, the catapult is gonna be rather unreachable, especially with the camels trying to support. As long as they manage to do that, the Pharaoh could heal this thing. But so far, all the infantry and cavalry are dropping. Atlas will be coming in, so we should see an implode somewhere. But with Magic being kind of all over the place, including in the main, still printing Dryads, by the way, which are getting healed by the trees, they can technically kill this town center. Atlas is getting researched at the home base. It's probably not going to be cancelled at this point, or destroyed or anything. Implode is the only hope, Obi-Wan Kenobi. TC will go down anyway, I think. Oh, the catapult gets sucked in last second. It's healing. Boom. Oh, he destroyed his own town center. Great. That's a backflip and a half. Main town center is getting dry. I've never seen someone lose like this. Using his own Dryads against him. That's why you should put the Hesperides tree in an even more secure location. But Magic takes a second win here. And there's only one more left for him to pick up. That was a pretty straightforward winning every category kind of game. Early on, he overextended a little bit. Gave Matthew a fighting chance, really. But he didn't manage to capitalize it and then threw away all his Arcus. Which gave Magic the momentum he then needed. Being on a lower military, but still having a town center advantage means that you pump your economy like crazy. So look at this. Magic just constantly adding villagers. Matthew being more military heavy has these flatlining areas where he's full population and just can't make villagers. Magic just hits the max and he's a happy chap. And that went pretty well for him. Give him another score. And then we should be up to date. Finding out about the next match as well right away, because I'm pretty sure they're moving. The next map is going to be Olympus. The guys are starting to host. He did steal the tree. And this match is going to be Kronos versus Loki, with Magic being the Kronos. So there's our current status of the match. Match point, ladies and gentlemen. Match point. Does look like Boyd is moving at a similar pace today. Or is he? No, he's still in the first series. That's a long one. Alright, let's give Boyd a real shout out this time, as I promised. Shout out, I am Boyd. Not just Boyd. Boyd is fake. I am Boyd is the real man. Unbelievable someone would take his username like that. But it happened. So you guys go ahead and follow him, please. Also, Iron Maiden is streaming. I'll give him a shout out later. Also check out our sponsor for today, HelloFresh. It's up there. It's up there. You get a free set of breakfasts for life with this offer that we've got with HelloFresh. You'll be also supporting our project as a result if you use our link or code. See the about section, description section, whatever it's called on each platform. An exclamation mark HelloFresh in the chat should... I'll do that actually. There. Can you still play in tournament? It's already underway. How could you join now? Nope. Also, it's the last qualifier, so very, very late. We did announce it literally everywhere. I'm sorry. It's too late. Watch out for the next one. How fresh we talking? Well, very. Hello. Very fresh. 2 minutes 30 seconds, guys, to the next game. Our matchup is going to be Mount Olympus, Kronos, Loki. That should be a pretty brutal early game. With Loki looking to build up for a big fight. See if he can get some kind of flaming weapons action going. And Mount Olympus is not a very open map. There's a lot of nooks and crannies. So Atlantean can technically build up, you know, a ranged heavy army. Use some choke points as helpers. Get some positional leads with that. Or Kronos can take a chance and get the fast second town center. Let's see how that goes. I don't think that would be the strategy here. I think Kronos has to play pretty straight up. You could rush very hard as well. Magic has been talking up the whole lethal rush thing with Kronos. So let's see if he actually does it. I would love to see that. Basically, you just do a 3-minute advance and get the 2 automaton on the enemy base. The automaton can then repair themselves. And if there's any retaliation, you've got spiders. It's kind of nuts. Excuse me. Yeah, for the Loki side, it's all about building up that Herster army and dealing with all the Myth units very swiftly as a result, and getting a big flaming weapons in. Spawning some Myth units. Bad for the Norse if he decons before there's Herster's true. And you can certainly get it done if you have such an early advance. But it is time, ladies and gentlemen, for the map intro. Let's head over to Mount Olympus and then we'll start with the game. Welcome to Mount Olympus. We are at the top. This is our blue player, Magic, playing as Kronos. On the other side of the map, in the green. How did this happen? I thought we were gonna be red, but either way, this is Matthew playing as Loki. Now, the map here is special because of the large amount of relics, which are positioned in this really strange fashion, out by shrines. There's the skills of Catoblepas for Myth unit Pierce Armor, as well as the Pygmalion statue for stronger villagers. You've also got the Adamantine shingles for stronger houses and manors. On the other side, there's The Girdle of Hippolyta for stronger ranged soldiers, health-wise. Then we've got the Canopic Jar of Himself for faster infantry train time, and the Eye of Horus for more town center population. It should be technically possible to hide your temple here. And you want to do that like back here, or even like here in a crazy spot. The purpose of that would be to stop any early deconstruction, which would stop you from making Hersiers as you advance to the next stage. But Magic already is setting up for the super early advance. I think this is going to be pretty much a 3-minute advance. Can you actually get that sorted? It's a little bit of extra food. Every last food counts. So even snatches that chicken real quick. And there it is. It's getting Leto for a 3-minute advance as predicted before the game. Oh my god. Okay, there's gonna be automatons, ladies and gentlemen. For Rio, we're gonna see a game with automatons. Magic thinks this is insane. So let's see what he can do. Matthew right now is just putting the temple in the most box standard position. This will get deconstructed. But can he get out a Hersier before that? He's right now getting out an Ulfsark, a Berserk, excuse me, before that. And that will delay his advance time. I'm not sure he's aware of just how early this time shift has been. And just how early this will be hitting. Because the other time this happened to him, when he was playing against Kronos, he was actually going up against a 330 advance. That's significantly slower. Why is this villager not dropping off at the Oxguard? Wow. Forseti is coming in. Might be able to squeeze out the Hersier if he force drops the food. But no, he can't. He can't. Magic comes in. And he's got the double automaton going after the gold miners right away. With an additional automaton coming out. And spider eggs to boot. This is a huge, huge issue. The automatons themselves train very quickly as well. And now our Loki player is left without any gold income. The Berserks are having to garrison Micro into the talent center to remake the temple. There will be at least a troll coming out of this, but hey, that automaton meanwhile is just getting healed up. No trouble at all. And going back in for some hits maybe, but taking out the tower should be easy. Magic's time shifting forward his counter barracks now, and there might be even more buildings coming in as his economy starts to establish itself. Another automaton comes out. Joe's kind of missing them as they keep shifting around and dodging the projectiles. That's some pretty good stuff. And I wonder what the units are going to be. Is it going to be just... shouldn't this be just Murmillo? I guess he can't afford them very easily with food. How that's going is... not very fast. We'll be destroying the tower though, that's for sure. And then we'll have a Cairo Ballista able to pick away at these humans. There is going to be Healing Spring for Matthew available, so he can just plop that down here and, you know, have a rather good time overall. More eggs. More Cairo Ballista. Seems Magic really believes in this unit. Got to be careful not to get in range with the villagers, because if they pull out the kitchen knives, this thing is gonna evaporate. Now the Myth units are pretty good against them, so making some extra trolls wouldn't be the worst idea. Magic doesn't have free heroes here. Has to make him himself. That's very expensive, by the way. And he didn't use the full HP one. He can't heal them. Unless he steals a Healing Spring, which is, well, that's a stretch. But with really good kiting micro, I think Magic can get a lot done here. A third Cairo Ballista is now coming in, and a second counter barracks ditto. Thinking with like 4 Cairo Ballista, you might be able to start picking off units. That troll is already not doing so hot. Just 90 health left. And falling. Matthew will need some cavalry here. No further upgrades coming in. Magic just literally can't afford it. He has very, very few villagers, but it's still more than what Matthew has. The gold block is rather solid, except it's not complete. There's this gold mine that's being mined from, and Matthew's more than happy enough with that. Going after the temple, really good idea, I think. Just will need to back off and be careful with the spiders, of course. One of them was triggered so far. Population does remain pretty equal here. That's a dead troll, though. And every little bit like this counts. The magic is denying both the gold mine and the pumpkins. Pretty big deal. With everyone coming out here, that is not where they want to be. Unfortunately for Magic, though, he doesn't know because his Oracle actually can't see that far. He will suspect it, surely. Ooh, that Carabalus has nearly died to the town center. Got to be careful with that. There's plenty of them now, so picking off these Berserks and throwing Axemen should be no issue at all. He's just got to keep moving to throw off the town center's aim. Great Hall's coming in for finally some cavalry, but Hephaestus' revenge is on the way. That will get the automatons to regenerate. It will give them 30% more hit points as well. So they are pretty chunky boys now. Pumpkin time. All of Magic's favor is being spent. I'm not sure if the next cast of Spider Layer is still worth it at 9 resource cost, favor cost. I guess if you can get 3 Berserks with that, that's pretty good. Nice pick off, but Magic's starting to lose units as well. Oh, he's using the spiders. That was a good trade, 2 for 1. Does lose a counter barracks. The other one's getting time shifted. This is Matthew's opportunity to get on top of that and delete it, because there's significant damage coming in here. Might be actually enough to destroy it before it time shifts away. Oh, it's enough. Very nicely done there. Now Magic has to rebuild it, but he does. He's not time shifting. He's making more Chiral Ballista, which is insane to me. Starting to get the medium range heroes upgrade as well. His temple is now in jeopardy. Is Matthew gonna bring back this game? Population wise, he's pretty damn close to Magic's, and if he just gets on top of the Chiral Ballista with his heroes, or even the myth units are pretty potent here. Cav, of course, being the best tool against them. The raiding Cav do get stuck on the automaton, and the mass automaton is fighting back hard. The Chiral Ballista are kiting nicely against the heroes, but there's just too many heroes. I don't think Magic has got this, guys. He's lost pretty much everything. The automaton won't be staying here forever, by the way. They will eventually disappear. But they are regenerating even as corpses. If there is another automaton to bring them back to life, if this temple can be held, the Magic will get all these units back up. He just needs to protect it with his life. Matthew, you're just losing all your Herseers. My God. Oh man, what a disaster. He just dropped down to 43 population after losing all his Herseers. Another troll has died, and this one automaton will get all the rest back. Magic has lost basically nothing. And he's going heroic behind this. There will be penalties as well to deal with any front line, at least to act as a tank, if nothing more. Double Satyr is also provided. That's insane. Can you make buildings over the corpses? I would say not. It shouldn't be possible, honestly. Got to be careful with these automatons. There's plenty more. Oh, he lost all of them. They timed out. They timed out. That is so unlucky for Magic. He had the perfect opportunity to rebuild them all. But I guess they're gone. Well, here come the Quintarius anyway. With heavy cavalry getting queued up behind some of the Quintarius. And it's just going to be over. Matthew randomly resigns because he's being driven off his gold mines on the side, by the way, at the same time. And it's just a little bit too much to deal with 34 civilian population against 50. Magic's just done a really good job overall. Even though he didn't get back those dead units, it's more than enough to do what needed to be done here. GG's. Alright, well, thank you to Matthew for playing today. No worries at all. No worries at all. Congrats to Magic for moving on into round 3, which we're gonna cover shortly. Zako and Eric BR can now start with their drafting process. Eric, have you done drafting? Oh. Okay, there it is, there it is. They are now drafting, guys. In the meantime, I'll ask you guys to check out today's sponsor, please. It is HelloFresh. We've teamed up again. You can see all our links in the chat. You can do !HelloFresh, which I will do after after talking about it for a moment. And using our link, you'll be not only getting you a really nice dinner, as you can see here, or it can be breakfast, because actually it comes with 10 free meals, and those are breakfasts. So yeah, it's one breakfast item per box that you'll be getting with our link or code. It's 10 free meals as well in this offer, if you're in the US. The offer is valid as well in several European countries, as well as Australia, I think New Zealand. So do check all of this out. It will apply to you regardless of where you're located. We also got a full disclosure on our website. HelloFresh is just a really great offering, guys. It's high quality food. It can be quite personalized. And whatever your dietary requirements are, they've got you covered with really high quality food from the farm to your doorstep. Do check it out with our link again. You'll be supporting our esports endeavors and, well, getting some tasty stuff for yourself. Meanwhile, I'll be setting up the draft, so I'll be leaving you guys here on the page to see the current progress. I think Boyd just completed his first series there with Demista and their Super Saiyajin coming up, and Shelty versus Garnaf as well after the fact. But in the meantime, oh wait, actually we can look at the drafting. Let's take a look at the map draft of Eric versus Zako. That is what we're gonna cover here. And meanwhile, I'll be typing the commands into the chat. There's the HelloFresh thingy, as well as for the YouTube live stream. It didn't seem to work just yet. So let me see what I've done wrong there. I think the bot is not in the chat. No, it is in the chat, so why isn't it working? That's annoying. Trying it again. No, it doesn't seem to work. Well, that's annoying. Anyway, you can just use the description section on YouTube. We have linked it there. It does work on my personal channel. Aha. Excellent. So yeah, guys, there's a full disclosure about this on the MetaPlace website as well. You just go up here to the top, and we basically detail the entire promotion. Do feel free to check it out. Cool. Land Unknown will be the first map. Kalagar and Marsh are banned. So we've got the usual Giza, Elysium, Blue Lagoon set, but we also got Ghost Lake, Mount Olympus, and Midgard, which we don't get every time. Starting with Land Unknown is particularly fun, so I'm really happy to see it. And then we've got the God Draft, which the guys are currently doing. Gives me some time to actually set up the interface for this. Sorry for the lack of commentary. I'm just setting up the interface. Alright, we've got the 4 and the Ra band. Nothing too surprising there. Both gods are, at least in my opinion, some of the best. Then we've got the good old Kronos, Hades, Loki, Isis, Gaia set up for Zako. Nothing surprising there. Those are really good gods. Then on Eric's side, it's Oranos, Set, Zeus. I'm a little surprised that Zeus wasn't taken away from him, because that's his main by far. He plays so much Zeus. So if you're going up against Eric, I would expect a Zeus ban, not a 4 ban. But what do I know? And let's see what the first map is gonna be. I mean the matchup. Because we already know the map, it's Land Unknown. The matchup is gonna be Kronos versus Freyr. Well, if you get one of those very defensive layouts, definitely Freyr can be a great pick. Kronos just helps you with scouting, being an Atlantean, and then has a pretty strong set of follow-ups. So I think that's all pretty good stuff. We should have now our layout set up. Nice. I did all the things. And the lobby is up. We're just waiting for it to start. They can go ahead whenever. I'm really gonna be curious about the match following up this, but even between these two, I'm not sure who's gonna win. Like, they're so close to each other in terms of the seeding. Let me go and take a look at that. Zako is seed 14, and Eric is seed 19. So they're really close to each other in that overall ranking that we've got here for esports. All the previous big tournaments are affecting it, and so is this one. Then winner will be going up against Magic. It is Zako favored at the moment. I said it's Eric favored before. That was wrong. Zako is the favorite player, but I think Eric could surprise us. Go up against Magic then in match 35 in round 3. It's all best of 5s from here. So plenty of opportunities for players to show their power. I think the match disappeared, so that's good because that means they started and spectating should begin momentarily. Where is this game? I can't see it. Ugh. I hope it's gonna work. I mean, if it's not visible, that's a big issue. Can't find the lobby, guys. I'm getting worried. I can't find the lobby. It's not there. All right, let me see if something like AOM stats can pick them up, which is also my favorite website for like tracking AOM stats. That's where we get the esports ratings from. But what I want to see is, where is the lobby? Huh. Custom. Oh man. Alright, it should be going for 1 minute. Why can't I see the damn thing? It's got a spectator delay of 2 minutes on. Guys, I'm worried. I can't see the lobby. See if the URL helps me joining, but no, it doesn't. I can't. Oh my god, it showed up. Finally. Just took it 2 minutes. Alright, we're saved. We're saved. We're going in. Ladies and gentlemen, land unknown. Ladies and gentlemen, Welcome back to Wrath of the Gods. This is the map that could be anything here in round 2. This is going to be best of 5 between the guy in the blue color, Eric BR of the Fox team, playing as Freyr, and his opponent on the other side in the red, Zako, playing as Kronos. So why could this map be anything but it's land unknown? You could get all sorts of layouts with like cliffage, with ramps everywhere, a ton of animals or not. Could be getting a massive forest in the middle like Oasis, but it's none of those things. It's actually super open. This might as well be Savannah, but there's a lot more animals. We've got this massive herd of giraffes, and Zako is starting the game off with a forward time shift, but it's Prometheus. It's going to be a 3-minute 30 advance, and we're fast forwarding in order to make sure that we don't get any issues with spectating. Because, yeah, sometimes the game just dies on you and freezes. We've got the Eye of Horus getting picked up early on. The Deconstruct. What was that? Is there going to be a Deconstruct on the temple or not? Yes, there is, and it cancels the second hearse here. So we might be seeing a second Berserk getting made from the town center, but maybe not. And Eric will be rebuilding this. I think we're back to 1x speed. Looking around the map more, there's back town centers. There's Safe Hunt behind the town centers. Or piggies in this case. Safe Gold behind this one. That's a really good pickup if Zako can do that. So he's gotten a more economic build anyway with the 330 advance, right? So there's nothing stopping him from putting some manors up here and then using the little temporal scaffolding to boost the build speed on that thing. BR as in battle rifle, that's right. Definitely not Brazil. And are we doing just 3 rounds today? Yes. So these guys, one of them will be going up against Magic in round 3. But this is still just round 2. And then tomorrow we have a day 2. But we covered the big boys. We'll have dual casts as well. It's gonna be sick. Actually, Yo Desla is gonna join me for that one. We've not cast AOM together yet, so it's high time. We've cast a lot of Halo Wars together in our time, so it's gonna be great to transition that to another game as well. Great pickoffs on the Prometheans. Some of them are just babies at this point. And Zako isn't really doing anything behind this. So is he just going to look for a fast heroic or something? He's transporting back his buildings now. There was nothing back here anyway to hide. There was nothing to attack either. He does find, however, the pumpkins. I'm not sure Eric should be here. There are chickens to pick, which are actually turkeys right now. But yeah, you could just go for those. It's a little safer. It's behind all the towers, and the town center will help us help out as well. Meanwhile, these Terma are picking off the villagers the best they can. One of them does go down actually, and the Promethean is gonna pay for it with his life, as well as a Murmillo, as well as the Terma starting to go down to the raiding cavalry. Eric's punching back and getting out of here. Behind this, he's been getting all the upgrades, by the way, for the villagers. I'm pretty sure about it. He's got at least pickaxe. Alright, I'm sure more will come in as, you know, he was rushed, fair enough. It's not a big priority, but what you can do with Freyr is just get all these upgrades for cheap and benefit in the long run. The Draugr is still going for now. And you know what? These citizens are super weak. If Eric just whacks them a few times, he might get the hero kill. Zako is in so much trouble. His second citizen might go down here also. Oh my god, losing this many villagers is not acceptable. Zako is getting owned even though he's got the higher seed. Eric seems to be playing this a significant amount better. He also has been knowing about that town center coming up. But so many Terma are also very low health, and these cavalry are gonna show them who's boss. The throwing X-Men are picking off the Murmillo. Wow, they don't have any chance to fight back, honestly. The town center is the only thing that's getting anything done. So many weak units. Valor needs to be used to get some of them back to full health, like the Murmillo. That's, I think, a good idea to use Valor there. One good thing for Kronos is that you have plenty of favor. You've got these oracles out on the map just chilling, not really getting threatened by anything. Did he just use that Valor on a villager? Yeah, it looks like it. Looks like it. And exactly, Warcroll in the chat is so correct. None of the villagers have been hunting or gathering food or anything. And now they're going for the elephant, the toughest target, which takes a long time to take on. And you don't gather faster from it than you do from giraffe. So Zako is making a big mistake, wasting more time even. And meanwhile, Eric is just pumping villagers. He's actually caught up. He's got a much larger army. He can definitely look to punish this in the long run. He's now getting the upgrades for himself, like husbandry, as well as medium cavalry, as well as medium infantry. So yeah, his army is just going to be a whole lot better. He's also putting down the Asgardian Hill Fort. The food fail is still not resolved, by the way. You can see this villager is not starting. It's now starting. So I think with 10 villagers and trying to also make Murmillo and stuff, you finally have enough income to make this work. But the raiding cav once again get a pickoff and idle the other villagers, forcing them into the town center. This is huge. And once again, a villager cycle gets skipped. This is enormous results for Eric. Outfoxed, as they say. Get it? Because he's in the Fox team. Anyway, moving on, we have the potential to make Huskar, which I think would be actually fantastic against the Terma. The Terma don't get any bonus damage against infantry, unlike the regular archers would. These guys are just anti-archer, anti-ranged. They counter the throwing axes, but they can do nothing about Huskar. And there's also the other upgrade that would unlock rams early on. So if Eric feels super confident, he could pump out a bunch of those as well. Get some early rams. Destroy this TC. A lot of work done. Make a bunch of extra halls. Oh, okay, Bragi is going to be the next move. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Eric will need a bunch of houses, but so does Zako. Hey, if these Terma go into the main base, just Golem bursted them. Like, what are you going to do about it? It's going to be really rough. That would be really rough. Ooh, good save on that. That's a lot of raiding cav. It's backed up by Huskar. There's no way these Terma can do anything. And very soon, Bragi will be hitting. Flaming weapons will be in the game. And denying this gold mine will be child's play, honestly. There's quite a bunch of Murmillo and Catapultis, but they should go down to throwing axes. And then the cavalry can just get on top of the Arcus. Or Arcus? There's not going to be Arcus. It's just Terma. Very far away right now from the heroic age. I think the Norse army can go in there and crush. There is going to be copper weapons coming in, but it takes 75 seconds. So I think by that time, flaming weapons will have been over. You do get this discount, but it does cost extra time. with Freyr. Balances it all out. Getting a quick longhouse in before the fight. I think it's time to just get it. Cavalry needs to be a little careful with positioning. We'll be destroying the armory very quickly. Flaming weapons is now in, forcing Zako away from this. Several villagers will be going down. 2 villager kills. 3 or 4 might actually happen. 5. Where are these guys going? Right into the middle of the army. My god, Eric is gonna destroy in this game. That so many donkeys going down. That's ridiculous. Zako is in shambles, ladies and gentlemen. Down 2-1 in terms of the population count, and soon 1-0 in terms of the series score. The battle boards are coming in. There's no way to stop this at this point. Sure, it's gonna have chaos available. It's something, but it's not enough of something. The town center will be destroyed here, no doubt. And yeah, chaos is annoying with flaming weapons. No longer active, however, the throwing axemen won't quite kill each other off. And there's still so much more Norse stuff. The Huskar are on top of the Terma, and they are just disappearing. What Terma? Excuse me. What Zako? Eric BR stomps him in game 1. That wasn't even close. Brutal, brutal game. Wins every category except the deaths. You don't want to win the deaths if you can avoid it. And you know, he certainly had an army that wouldn't die all that much anyway. Even managed to outgather him in resources despite the 2TC situation, because Zako really messed up the food in this one. Just didn't have income, got raided, got punished. Moving on into the next game. I'm getting the information. It's gonna be Ghost Lake for the next one. As far as god picking goes, the guys are now getting to work with that. Eric knows what he wants. Zako knows what he wants. It's gonna be a Loki versus Zeus. Really not too surprising, as both of these are known for those specific gods. And then Eric is requesting a 1-minute break. Let's talk about the matchup. Here's the situation with the Ghost Lake map itself. There's not too many gold mines to go around, and they're in really terrible positions most of the time. A Gold Starve is really the #1 play, and both Loki and Zeus are really good at this. Loki, if sticking to his own base and getting a good heroic timing and not getting bullied too hard by Zeus, should be able to win the fights with flaming weapons, right? Even if you go Hermes and ceasefire that thing. But typically what we should be seeing is Athena hoplites, Vitoxodes back up, and then Restoration and Bronze to absorb all of the flaming weapons shenanigans. That should be the game plan of Zeus, in my view. But depending on how hard that second gold mine is, Norse might have a rather huge advantage. Because you could just build there as Norse very easily. Whereas for a Greek, that's a very big commitment to do that. And your mobile army is not that mobile, even though you have the fast hoplites. Really, it's the Hersiers driving the pace of the game. I don't expect anything crazy though, like Heimdall Rush. I mean, Bolt is just way too good for defending. you won't be dealing with any of the myth units there. The lobby should be up momentarily. I think they've started. Just a matter of actually the lobby appearing and me getting in. Somehow the in-game version of the lobby browser doesn't update very fast. But the websites get it quicker than the actual game does. Yeah, it's annoying. Shout out to the 25 people on YouTube as well, by the way. Great to see you guys. And 7 on the MetaPlace channel. By the way, do follow the MetaPlace channel. It's all in the description and about sections. Because that is where I'll be doing my personal tournaments as well going forward. So not on my personal channel, but MetaPlace is where I'll be covering those. There's a bunch of them coming in January. So we'll drop a shout out on Twitch. Please hit that follow button. At the moment, planning a deathmatch event. That's the game mode with higher resources for those of you who don't know. Then, of course, the regular stuff is coming up as well. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's take you to Ghost Lake. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ghost Lake. The blue color, this is Eric BR, representing Team Fox, playing as Zeus. And on the other side, his opponent in the red, playing as Loki, this is Zako. Man, he's really lost some momentum in that first game. Let's see how the second one does. I'll really be needing that. See, about the gold mines, I've predicted they'll be rough. They are really rough, man. This one is kind of possible to secure for both players, right? But the forward ones, they are iffy. It's still very, very possible to get a serious gold starve going with that situation. And one of the good news for Eric is that he got the storehouse sharing between the trees and the gold mine going. By the way, I should fast forward to make sure that the spectator mode will keep functioning throughout. Oh, you kind of need extra shots on the Aurochs to follow you, but he sorted it out. Now going for a little bit of wood, as he's got enough soon to advance to the next stage. It's gonna be like a 4 minutes, no, 3 minutes 30, I think, is what I would expect here. Just needs one more force drop off. And for a Loki, it's a lot slower. But we do have the forward tempo. He wants to secure this gold mine early on. Make sure that all the buildings are here. And thus all the military will reinforce this location very easily. He can also start a second group of dwarves for this location. It's gonna be Hermes. Okay, before the game, I predicted it would be like Athena and Dionysus for the long term. So that there can be a restoration as well as a bronze to fight off the flaming weapons. But he's just going for Hermes. Very interesting. I'm not expecting too many centaurs here because there's no praying. It's purely for ceasefire. But ceasefire doesn't counter the entirety of flaming weapons. Maybe the idea is flaming weapons gets half countered and then the rest of it gets absorbed by bronze. See if our Greek player can get that far. Let's take a look at the relics as well while we're here. Got the Ptah Scepter for cheaper farms. Might be very important long time. Then we've got the Tusk of the Iron Boar as well for stronger calves. So super calf might be on the table actually. We've also got the Pelt of Argus for unit line of sight. And back here, it's the Adamantine Shingles for stronger houses. Can't hurt in this matchup against... for either side actually, you're kind of worried that they'll bust your base, right? So we'll see how that goes. Got the 2 heroes out. And remember, Bolt is available. So when Eric goes in there with the Centaur, with the heroes, to bully, Zako is having to hide these villagers a little bit. And now he's not gathering gold. He's got a little bit in the bank. Sure. There will be heroes out. But I think that troll just gets bolted, honestly. Or if he goes too far out of position, he just picks them off with the heroes. I think Eric's going in to snipe it. As long as he moves enough with the heroes, they will be dodging the shots off the TC. He's not microing in that way, but I'm sure he's doing other stuff back home as well. I'm actually just making villagers. Oh, he's moving them. We're sneaking the forward gold mine. He knows he has the initiative. He can do this. Doesn't have to worry as much about the gold starve, right? Wait, is this a TC grab? Oh my god, he's grabbing a TC. Okay, that is risky place. How is he going to secure a gold mine for himself? I think Zako can really punish this, guys. But so far, he's not gathering any gold. Not that it slowed him down significantly. It's just a lot of idle villagers. Getting Wing Messenger research, so a Pegasus will be spawning in to get scouting information on everything. The heroes can pick up the relics on the way home. And I think Jason is gonna die on the way home, actually. Getting hammered pretty hard. Literally. Oi. That hurts. TC will be up. No problem with that. But Eric behind this doesn't have units. How does he keep gathering resources, man? There's not gonna be any hunting happening. Like, forget all that. It's not gonna happen. Not gonna be any gold sneaking. Where did Spy get used, by the way? I've done a scout. Can't see. Yeah, take the animal all the way home. Wow. So yeah, this is the situation for Zako. He's hunting out there. He's pretty happy with it. Pegasus gets sniped, but we'll be back. Now researching, what's this called again? Hall of Feints. That will make the infantry faster, as well as the heroes. Then they're better able to keep up with the cav, and it's just good in general for escapes from hoplites. Controlling the map very nicely, but not the important part of that back hunt. If those villagers could be idle, then Eric would be in the situation that Zako was in the previous game, where he's just not going to be able to make units or villagers. Killing the animals is not a bad idea. Look at that favor going up. It's nuts. Wow. Doesn't look to me like Zako wants to deny that back hunt. He knows about it though, right? He does know about it, so what's going on? Now hammering these military academies to make sure that Eric can't produce any further units. It'll be difficult to hold this, especially with just 15 military population for Eric. But so far so good. He's holding the line and the town center is helping to shoot as well. The army is slowly but surely growing. You can get a bigger economy behind this, it's gonna be rather good. Trying to go up Apollo, that's a very strange choice. Because I think, in theory, the Manticores just get picked off by the fast Hersia, right? That should be no issue at all. Underworld Passage can be good to keep control over the gold mines. And I guess Flaming Weapons gets dealt with in that way, but if Flaming Weapons is in your base, you have to be there. Why is he running away from a 2TC army? So, okay, Loki doesn't want to lose units here. You want to keep all of them alive, you want to heal all of them up, and then you want to hit the Heroic Age, which he's currently saving up for. Once those 800 foods are in, he clicks up Bragi, goes Heroic, has a second TC behind it, secures the gold mine, has a large army for Flaming Weapons immediately ready to go. That is the idea. But guess what? Eric's also going Heroic, and he had the 2TC for longer. So he has like a 10 villager lead, building up on his economy. He'll have better units. Greek in the Heroic Age is insane. Especially with the Hippospis getting added, the Hersia will no longer be completely unstoppable. Hoplites do a pretty good job of dealing with them, but Hippospis, they make them disappear. So yeah, Zakolo's job right now, go here, heal, and then hit hard. Maybe he's not even gonna wait for that. He's not gonna heal up, I think. But Eric's more than happy to hold here between his buildings. The hoplites have a significant amount of hack armor, so they don't take too much damage from Norse units. And once again, he defended his hunting operations. It's all about just getting those new units out. It's more hoplites. What's going on? Yeah, he's gonna have a third hero. And a Manticore. That's all good stuff. But then what? Because then all these guys here are gonna have flaming weapons. Special attack on the Manticore didn't do all that much to the cavalry. Finally, we've got a wave of Hippospis. Also, the villagers are looking to escape the cavalry, but that's heavy cavalry now. 2 Manticores are out. They're really looking to get on top of him. Valobor gets the bolt. I think we're gonna have to look at the ceasefire here for Eric, because this is a disaster. His Manticores are getting picked off. Centaur as well, so many resources have been lost already. This isn't good. He will be able to get rid of most of the flaming weapons, however, with ceasefire lasting so long. But there's still plenty of time left for Zako. However, he pulls back. By making all these buildings, he's not going to be ready to fight with flaming weapons active again. Like, it's just not going to be active. He's building some buildings, yes, but then what? Eric's making a fortress down here. He doesn't want that gold mine. He's fine. And now he can fight with a superior army. Doesn't have to worry about this spot too much. Although, I guess he will lose the town center if he's not here. And one opportunity he does have is a quick underworld. So if that Pegasus goes and finds this group, or that group even, that's even better, 11 dwarves are out there. If he finds that, he can get a lot of kills with the Manticores. Because unlike in the original game, Retold allows you to use your special attacks of the Myth units immediately as you come out of the underworld or any other garrison. The original game used to reset that, so Underworld now is really potent with Manticores. Hera is getting clicked up, but not anytime soon. We'll be waiting. There's a bunch of Peltas getting added as well to deal with throwing axemen. Heavy infantry also in the mix. That should actually start in a moment. Oh, never mind. He's spending it on more units. 162 versus 165. Very equal sized armies. But the quality is in the Greek player's favor for sure. Especially if the Manticores get their specials off on the throwing axes rather than the cav. The garrisoning through the fortress is what we're going to be seeing. And Manticores actually use their attacks incorrectly. The Hersier aren't getting intercepted by the Hippospist. It's not the best start in this fight for Eric, but now most of the Hersier are dead. The Peltas are working on the throwing axemen, and they're slowly but surely disappearing. The front line is holding for Eric, and he's getting significantly ahead in this fight. 143 to 114 population, 66 to 45 in terms of military. And even behind this, his economy is better. He crushed this. That was great. And that was without heavy infantry, by the way. He's printing some more army out behind this. He's still got Underworld Passage available if he wants to catch some villagers. So I think potential for our Greek player here is very, very high. The Greek late game is better in general as well. So that's just something to keep in mind. Certainly Lightning Storm is a hell of a finisher if we get to that point. But we might see a much earlier Mythic Age from Zako with a Nidhogg potentially coming down on this army. Or the villagers. Or the villagers. They're not particularly safe. How are we doing with upgrades anyway? We've got like irrigation. We've got hand axe as well as pickaxe. Yeah. And on the other side, we got pickaxe, husbandry, plow, bow saw. It's not too bad. Really not too bad. Just need irrigation there. But not in a rush with that, as we get tier clicked in. Tier and not hell. So we're not going to get like super fire giants or anything like that. Be worried about Medusa in the long run, but until then, I think fire giants might be the play. Whereas the wolves, well, I haven't seen them used in such a long time. I'm sure they'd be doing okay if you catch like a location like this, but I just haven't seen them used in a million years. Definitely gonna get Fimbulwinter. Fimble will get ceasefire, says Pegasus Rush in the chat. That's true. You can leave the villagers outside just to bait the units for a moment, the Fimbulwinter wolves, and hop them into the TC, then hop them back out. Then you've bought yourself time to fully ceasefire the entire thing. It's crazy. Underworld Passage is being now used, getting on top of the gold miners. Manticores are shooting at the wrong targets, but still getting plenty of pickups with all these archers in play. And that's probably as good as it gets. Eric needs to leave. But he's starting up Hera, so it doesn't much matter, does it? And you could pop back in once the Manticore specials are back. Not sure he's gonna do that. That wasn't the best Underworld Passage. I mean, the army was right here. Usually you want to get some kind of positional advantage out of it. And the Hillfort's gonna get it, boys. Look at that Pegasus dodging all the axes. What a Chad. Alright. Yeah, holding this location is gonna be no problem for Eric. He's full pop. He's got units in the queue. Several Manticores included. He might want to cancel some once tier hits. But should be no problem to, you know, ceasefire that. Oh, the wolves actually spawn on top of him. If he cancels, yeah, he did. And there's a ceasefire. It's fully neutered. It's gonna do nothing. The next Fimbulwinter will be 350 favor. You're just not gonna do that. It's unrealistic. On the other hand, Hera is gonna be in. And you can guarantee there will be a huge lightning storm coming down on these people very soon. The Manticores are looking to position themselves to shoot to the throwing axemen, I would hope. Are they gonna shoot the throwing? They're shooting the cav again. Doing no damage. I'm so sad. One of the Manticores does go down as well. We got champion infantry now for our Norse player. And actually, you know what? Eric is kind of struggling to hold on. But as long as he doesn't throw his entire army, it's okay. He will need a new gold mine very soon. Actually, Zako, just through his sheer macro, is kind of doing okay. But he's about to be lightning stormed. Watch this army disappear. But hey, Eric is still losing units. It counts for something. Goodbye, Cav. All those units are dead. He didn't even try to run. Oh my god. Oh, Zakolo, what have you done? Once again, we are in a place where Eric has just a larger, better army. Well, not larger, but better. He's got a Medusa in the back as well. Petrifying rock giants and whatnot. That's how it works. Make him more rock. Villagers are joining the fight again. Is that for real? Nah, that can't be. Enough myth units here to pick off the heroes, actually. So cavalry wouldn't hurt if you're the Greek player here. Eric BR is actually kind of struggling. The lightning storm didn't do enough. He's not pumping enough units behind this, and he might get... Oh my god, the Jogger. Or a Fenrir, rather. Sorry, I keep confusing the names. Fafnir. Why am I calling it Fenrir? That's a different one again. It's a Fafnir. It's doing a lot of tanking here for the army. Burning everyone down. Eventually, it will award 300 gold to Eric. I think Eric might just be dead. We got a little bit of resource sharing in the corner, but not for long, as these villagers will just get the business. Zako showing Eric who's boss. He's fighting back with the kitchen knives, but it's champion throwing axemen with high armor. They don't care. The villagers are going down left and right. Belarfin is out. Needed that ages ago. Eric no longer has gold. This gold mine is controlled. And he's just holding on to dear life at this point. Belarfin is really good, but he can't do this by himself. A fire giant spawns in to help out, and our Loki player will be taking this location down in no time. Lost just a little bit to Malines thanks to Nerd Rage Fred for the big raid. Much appreciated. We're doing a huge Age of Mythology tournament here, guys, and you're just joining for the end of this match. I think it's gonna be the end of this match. Zakolo has got everything under control. I just don't see how Eric comes back. You need in Age of Mythology gold mines in order to make units. I mean, you can make Manticore, sure, they don't cost any gold. But that's about it. What about the human army? You need a large human army to fight this off. And it just doesn't exist. Where did that fire giant go, by the way? It's just chilling here, killing buildings. Okay, I guess you can do that. Behind this, by the way, I'm seeing a trade route form over there for Zakolo. He's double pumping. He's pumping units left and right. He's got 3 town centers. He's victorious, winning pretty much every category here except relics. Just took some great fights towards the end. Eric looked like he had something going for himself, but it just wasn't enough. And we've got ourselves a series. It's not going to be a sweep by any means. Great job by Zakolo. Actually, the kill death was really even, right? But killing 48 villagers, yeah. That's half the villagers you can make. Absolute insanity in this game too, ladies and gentlemen. But it is a best of 5 series, so quite a bit of this left. Let's get the next map information from the player. It will be Eric's pick, of course. I think I can move this a little bit, don't I? Yeah, there we go. Alright, so the next map is going to be Blue Lagoon. And the players are now picking gods. So let me get that update in. Blue Lagoon coming up. Tourney is going well, no Rage Fred, absolutely. We've got another series coming up after this as part of our day 1 of this qualifier. Then day 2 will be tomorrow. So more tomorrow. Hope your stream went well, actually. Alright, we've got Eric's pick locked in. Zuclos as well. And it's going to be a Gaia versus Set as it turns out. So yeah, let's talk a little bit about that matchup on Blue Lagoon. In particular, it's just, you know, a really standard map with plenty food. And both of these gods are rather powerful in the current meta, with Gaia just focusing a little bit more on economy, trying to get to that heroic age to really show Egyptian who's boss. And what we're talking about there is essentially Cantarius, right? Cavalry strats for that heroic age with Gaia. They're going to be dirt cheap if you advance through Theia and get the Poseidon's Secret upgrade. Then you get Lance of Stone, Heavy Cavalry. It's all really cheap stuff. And you got the super economy through Gaia anyway. All your units on your Lush will be healing and moving faster. So Set really has no business going there. And I think has to match Gaia in the heroic age. But Set isn't particularly great at that. Set is great in terms of having a large economy with a 2 town center and all the free animals that you can hunt under your own town center's protection at perfect ranges. So that's nice, but you don't get the empower bonuses or the god powers of Ra or Isis respectively. So usually you want to get something done aggressively. Gaia, however, doesn't really leave the base. It is what it is. It is what it is, but Set can definitely have a much more powerful late game than Gaia does. Advancing through Tot and then printing units from the Migdol with Valley of the Kings is one of the most big power spikes, one of the biggest power spikes in the game at the moment, as you essentially just get a 50% discount on your stuff while training barely slower than they would individually. Alright, Zako is going to be needing a minute. No worries. Question in the YouTube chat: do I think Chiroballista are balanced? Do they need a boost? We've seen them do well pretty much in the Magic game so far. I think that was impressive the way he used it against Matthew earlier. But a little buff wouldn't hurt. Like, they are just really weak in terms of health for the most part. That is where they struggle the most. The guys are now both in the lobby, and I think they started off, but it will take a moment until the spectator delay kicks in and we can actually join them. What didn't I say about this matchup so far? Oh, Dryads are fantastic for Gaia as well. Like, you just plant your Spirited Tree, you get 4 of them within the space of a minute after Heroic Age. 3 Dryads for free, and then you can just make the rest. They're also costing wood now in Retold rather than gold in the original, which synergizes very nicely with Gaia because you've got the Gaia trees, which you get it faster from, which you get the upgrades for cheap. It's like snowballing, kind of crazy stuff. Also, Tequila Sky cheered with 100 bits 6 minutes ago, which I missed. Sorry about that, but thank you very much indeed. Much appreciated. Alright, the game is now up, ladies and gentlemen, and we're about to head to Blue Lagoon. Enjoy the map introduction. No, it's not working. Ah. Okay, we'll click it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Blue Lagoon. This is going to be the third game in the series. Current score is now 1-1, and in the blue color, this is Eric BR playing as Set. His opponent on the other side of Blue Lagoon playing as Gaia. This is Zako. And one thing I gotta do real quick is flip the scoreboard because the players are flipped in this particular match. So let me do that super quick. There's the flipperoonie. Everything should be in order. Yeah, there we go. Alright, and also we have to fast forward so that the game doesn't glitch out on us. Gaia, of course, starts with 2 hero citizens. And we'll very quickly look around the map. We've got the Tower of Cestus Relic, which will give towers some bonus against myth units. We've got the Bridle of Pegasus, which will respawn Pegasi to help you scout. We've got Skull of Cercopes, which will give you some 6 monkeys to help you out in the battle. Archimedes' Ledger reduces the population cost of siege weapons. And you know what? Eric is already getting some slaps in on these oracles, forcing them to move along and reducing their overall favor gathering, because in Retold, as they increase their line of sight over time, they'll be gathering favor faster as well. So keeping them on the move is actually a really good way to limit the Atlantean favor. We've also already got the Oceanus click up from Zako. So with that, he'll be giving himself a Carnivora. He'll be having a healing option as well for the Caladria. As for Eric, we're just kind of chilling back home. We've brought home an elephant through the priest's hard work of converting animals. He'll be probably doing more of that going forward. And Ptah is coming in at a very quick pace as well. What's going on here? Oh. I couldn't see the green over the blue. Sorry. Rhinoceros are going to be the new target for conversion. Here comes the Right? Wait, is there another elephant? No, I guess we're going for the distant one. What was the relic here? That was the Archimedes' Ledger. You don't really care about that in the classical age. Is it working, chat? Are you following yet? We'll see. I think the priest does it better, to be honest. I'm pretty sure he'll convert the Rhino. I'm not so sure I'll convert the Twitch viewers. I'm trying. I got a double budget out. Zako will be meeting it with his own classical age units. But you know, this is a pretty classic Atlantean play. But in Retold, makes you wonder whether you should just go fast heroic. Because you get out a bunch of Arcus that will deal with all the infantry. You get out a bunch of Contarius, and then suddenly the other guy can't really leave his base. So securing a town center for Eric will be pretty critical. He is, however, not doing it. What? What just happened? This is disconnect? He dropped. No! It said connection lost. Okay, well. I don't know what happens now. Apparently the game servers have died for him. Can't connect to the game, but he has internet. There's no saving available. I'm asking them to replay that, because nothing really happened so far. What just happened? Disconnection. And there's no way in Rito to restore the game, so... Yeah, I'm afraid Rito just doesn't have that kind of multiplayer saving. There's nothing Zako could have done about that. So we're just gonna rehost. No worries. Do it again. I just hope this isn't gonna be the standard now. Which god has the disconnect power again? I'm pretty sure it's Kronos. It's just getting in on this from outside the game, which is insane. Yeah, sorry everyone, there's nothing we can do about it. We just have to redo that match from the get-go. It is what it is. It is what it is. At least they're hosting swiftly. And you know what? You'll get to watch the intro again. And this time my button will work. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back over here on Blue Lagoon. Second try because we had a disconnection issue. In the blue color, this is Eric BR playing as Set. And his opponent on the other side, playing as Gaia, this is Zako. Series is equalized at 1-1, and I think I need to do a quick flip on the scoreboard real quick. That should be better. So that they're aligned with how they are on the map. What we've seen from Eric in the first attempt was just trying to 1TC it, get some extra gadgets out. We'll see if he does the exact same thing. But Blue Lagoon being a very consistent map, I see no issues with that. What I'm not sure about is whether there's gonna be... is there gonna be elephants? Am I just missing them? Oh, there they are. Whoom. Eventually, he'll get converted. But really, the objective of our Gaia player would be to get to a relatively quick heroic age, wall off maybe, get some tower upgrades, just to stop the set from bullying. I mean, the barracks units don't have a lot of anti-building damage. Certainly, Vegets don't. It doesn't cost you too much to make some military barracks and wall off using them, as well as the cliffs here. Can definitely build a very, very secure base as the Gaia. Already got, of course, pickaxe and hand axe researched. As with Gaia, they're dirt cheap. Even your eco guild is dirt cheap. And it spreads the lush a little bit further. What's the god choice meta between these two? So typically set almost always goes for Ptah. I've not seen any significant use of Anubis set. You can do it against Norse, but why would you when you have the snacks? You also get a lot of the military upgrades through Ptah. So you just overall have a much better army. And then in the heroic age, it's typically just Neftis. Get those ancestors for free. It's like having an army that can shut down the enemy economy when they are out on the map. Try to do damage, or it helps you survive. Mythic Age, you could be picking either option, whether it's Thoth or Horus. I personally like Thoth because of Valley of the Kings for set. For Gaia, on the other hand, it's pretty much always Oceanus because of the healing Caladria. That will keep your villagers safe, it will keep your units safe and heal them up. You also got Carnivora for additional defenses. Don't think you're going to use it aggressively. And then ultimately you want to go to the Heroic Age through Theia for your Super Contarius that are also really cheap. Closing the game out with Implode, which is a pretty much undodgeable god power. Will suck in all the villagers, myth units, and human units nearby, dealing massive damage. So those should be the god powers we get to see. Of course, Dryads from Gaia playing a rather large role as the Hesperides trees come in. Ooh, the villagers might get the Rhino kill before the priest converts it. That would be huge. Wasting the priest's time as well as saving all this food. The Caladria also here to help, and they're getting the whole deal. That's super nice. That is super nice. And there was another question in the chat about whether I think Cairo Ballista are good. Yes, I think they're good, but they're perhaps a little too fragile. So that's something for the devs to maybe consider. But then we had games like Magic's today, where he went for pretty much pure Cairo Ballista with some automaton support of all things. And that went super nicely for him. By the way, great priest pickoff. Either way, don't expect too many Cairo Ballista in this one, because Slingers just absolutely stomped them. Which is also one of the reasons why I wouldn't want to take on this army directly. As the Atlantean, I'd want my fast heroic. This is slow. This can't really hurt my buildings. So what do? I sit back home. I wall myself in with Gaia trees. I make some military barracks to further wall myself in. I get the tower upgrades. And if necessary, I put down the Carnivora. And then go heroic. Get my free Dryads. Start printing out some Contarius. I think that's the play. Set doesn't get a great economy, mind you. Like, sure, he brings these animals home. That's great. The villagers don't have to expose themselves. They get ideal drop-off times and empowerment. Non-stop working. And all it costs you is a priest going out and about. But you don't have any economic god power. You got vision, which is good, but do you really need it? I mean, you got the free animals that can scout for you. You got the priest scouting for you as well. Terma getting turned into heroes. We've got Axeman getting added. You know, if Zako fights this very head-on, it is possible that he just gets outnumbered by the Egyptian army here. It's mostly spearmen, which isn't ideal. The Kalaji are doing a fantastic job of dodging the shots. Meanwhile, the priests were healing up the Vadgets, but now all 3 Vadgets are gonna go down. All for the cost of a Carnivora? That's very, very fine. But now, finally, 2 Murmillo heroes have gone down as well. The 2 Caladria can heal everyone up. And Eric is battered and bruised. What has he gotten really done? Not much. A Gaia player does have the Watchtower. The Lush itself will be healing these units up. If Channels gets researched, they will get even faster than normal. I don't think that's currently in play. Exactly, more Slingers will be required if Eric wants to get any momentum here. So, hence the Electrum Bullets, that will add some divine damage to his army, helping against all the resistances. I'm not sure if I love this town center grab by Zako. He's very overeager with that. The gold mines are not a guarantee that he's going to be able to secure them. This one's running low. It's more than halfway gone. And the other one is like out there. Sure, I'm sure he can sneak that. Is it best of 5? Yes. Yes, it is. That elephant taken? Oh no, it's getting like oomed. But I'm pretty sure this priest is toast. Maybe not. Maybe not. There was never surround there. Eric's still pumping units now. Starting to add slingers. Already a bunch. Those will help a lot against Terma, but those Terma are a little bit tankier than them. So that's something to keep in mind. They're not medium Terma just yet, so they get a lot better once they do have the upgrade. Yeah, just hide behind the TC. I think that's fine. Eric's looking to take the fight. The Vadget behind is adding a lot of DPS. Carabalista being a frontline unit is certainly not the plan. Zako is in some serious trouble fighting this so head-on without the heroic age units. I think he's just losing his entire army, and now he's not going to be able to take a gold mine. Shifting Sands is still available, mind you. So as long as Eric has vision, which he does, nobody is going to sneak onto that gold mine. And a Shifting Sands onto the villagers would be just absolutely devastating. Medium slingers coming in. And we've got the Cannibals to pump. But man, they're so expensive. They're so fragile against slingers. I don't like it. This is not the place we want to use them. Against Norse, more understandable. But against people with archers, I don't know. Especially slingers being anti-archers. They'll do triple damage here. Even the Greek don't have a lot of trouble with Cairo Ballista. Once you have the Toxotes. All the military barracks getting added. Heroic Age is coming in with Feya. All things considered, Zako is doing okay, but does he get out of the base to secure gold? That's the big question. 400 gold left in the base. That's not enough to pump Contarius. There's plenty of priests here to deal with Dryads, so even the Dryads aren't going to save him. The Gold Starve is real and very scary right now. Elephants staying here for the battle, I guess. They could be going home to be eaten. Then Eric doesn't have to make farms quite as soon. Oh god. Tree chopping people are going in the opposite side. That's horrible. Town center's under attack. There's enough slingers, Eric says, to take out any Terma trying to attack him. They're now getting on top of the Cairo Ballista, which will just absolutely disappear. That's nasty, man. Wait, he's not actually... Oh, yeah, he's hurt both of them, but didn't kill either. Got the heroic age now for Zako, and you know what? With the repair coming in, that's actually enough. He's holding on. Got the carnivora. There are dryads as well, and Quintarius are being pumped as an emergency measure. The repair is more than strong enough. Zako is fine, but can he actually survive? There's still the macroeconomics, and he doesn't have gold. He has to sell resources through his market. But so far, so good. He's got heavy Quintarius now, and he's pushing back Eric real good. Now, the gold mine securing action should be just fine. Print a bunch of dryads, pick off what you can. The Vadget kills are huge here. This is really, really nice for Zako, but he does need houses very urgently. These elephants that Eric brought to his base are now getting eaten, by the way. This is huge as well. Need to not lose the army, however. He can't remake it. Zako cannot afford to make this army again. So he needs to keep them alive as much as possible. Otherwise, Eric will get the gold starve off, and that's not something you can come back from. Second tree has been cast. Funnily not at the front, even though it would heal all these myth units up. But I guess that's what the Caladria are for right now. Could have been a tree here, I would argue. Now, Eric's all over the place. He doesn't have a second TC though, so he's gradually falling behind in the civilian stuff. 66 civilian population to 50 at the moment. That's not good. And Eric's floating wood significantly. That's 1,000 wood in the bank. Doesn't really know what to do with it. He's making a ton of budgets, but I think he has to sell it ultimately. And buy back some food. And selling twice? That's not going to be an efficient rate at all of gathering resources. There are, however, no Arcus here to help the Quintarius fight off the Spearmen. And the Quintarius are not having a really good time. The Slingers are picking off the ranged units. The Priests are very high in numbers, so the myth units aren't really an answer to this army. I like the Palace edition, but certainly Zako has to work a lot harder to hold on to this location. It's another barrack, still no town center for Eric. He's never gonna go heroic, man. He's got 100 food. Needs 800. And with the way he's spending, oh god, the really nice raid, man. A really nice raid by Zako. Eric's on the struggle bus for sure. So much healing from the priest, but as soon as Zako can just build up a larger army, as soon as he can pick off a few more villagers, he's almost got a 2-to-1 civilian population advantage. Like, you can't ignore that. 45 now to 82. Insane. Spear's doing a good job of chasing these Quintarius, by the way. Egyptian spearmen are a really, really fast unit, so this is working out quite well. Especially with Set's bonus. He gives them some extra speed. Looks like all the Caladria have died, so new ones are getting... Oh, no, they are here. But 3 are better than 2. Also got another palace, which might actually come up. Just 12 seconds needed. If Eric doesn't engage it, then it's coming up. He is going heroic, however, off of like no economy. As long as Zako just maxes out, he's fine. There's gonna be no problems at all holding. Some of the villagers are idle though, so that's definitely hurting. Those destroyers doing some tanking there. Wow. Uh-oh. That's 10 villagers. It's a fourth of the economy almost. Oh my god. Eric doesn't know. Well, he knows now, but it's too late. All these villagers are gonna die. Great raid by Zako, and it's over. He resigned. Absolutely nuts. That raid was just game ending right there. Even if he does reach heroic a few seconds sooner, I think Zako just picks off the villagers without any issue whatsoever. That was sick. What a... I don't want to say comeback because he was always ahead in the economy, right? But what a great hold against Eric's aggression. You can see here how ahead in resources Zako was, but it takes some time for that 2TC to actually pay off and make back its cost and then start making profit, and only then can you really make a difference with it. Well, he's held on to the alive, he's repaired the TC, he's eaten the elephants that were sieging him, making use of every resource he got. And yeah, then there was the situation with the wood float. That wasn't working out very well, was it now? I think this is the proper map. It's not, is it? I've overflipped now. I've overflipped. I think this is the right one. Yeah, Eric has been right. Okay. We're good, we're good. The layout is saved. Let's see what's next. Mount Olympus. I'm flipping out. Very good, Dressier, very good. And after this, the winner will be going up against Magic, so that's some pretty serious business coming right up. Oh, Eric has been flexing on you guys? Great. I'm scrimming, therefore I'm better. Next up, we've got Isis versus Oranos. You guys. Oh, I never gave Loki the crown, did I? That's my mistake. For this one, it was our Gaia player winning. And I set a map, and then I forgot it. Mount Olympus. Isis versus Oranos. Alright, the guys should be hosting momentarily. And now I've got the interface updated, so everything's good. There we go. Ladder is important to get reps in. I think it's true that if you want consistent games and you don't always have your scrim partner online, that's great. But also for variety reasons, like you get a different experience on ladder than everywhere else. By the way, we got some raiders from Pretty Prime and I never gave a shout out. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I just didn't notice it because I don't have the sound making alerts in this tournament series. Yeah, Magic's up against the winner of this, so he gets to spy on him. That's a pretty good advantage, isn't it? Actually just getting to see their strats, their picks, their picks and bans. It really helps you prepare. Not to mention the opportunity to talk smack before. Bit of a confidence booster. Magic knows all this stuff. Can make good use of it. So far, I don't see the lobby. Let's talk a little bit about the Isis versus Oranos matchup on Mount Olympus. It's a pretty straightforward, small map. It's a large map, right? But most of it is like cut off and outside of the bounds of real gameplay. So what you'll get is Isis trying to secure herself a second gold mine. Could technically go for some Ancestors Eclipse shenanigans, but it should be just a fast heroic standard game, I think, for the most part. Whereas Oranos wants to get to the Contarious kind of game that we've just seen from Zako, but it doesn't have to be a 2TC based game, but it could be. It could very well be. Against Isis, I think if the map lends itself in any way to 2TCs, then he should do it, because Isis is just not going to attack you too early. There are scenarios though where Isis goes for some early Sphinxes and punishes your TC grab. We'll see. I'm gonna send you guys to Olympus now. They're already playing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mount Olympus. We are in business. Eric BR is playing as Oranos. In the blue color. Red, Zako, Isis. See what he can get done here on Olympus. It's the only map he needs to win at this point, and then he's up against Magic in round 3. Eric has his work cut out for him. He needs to win 2 of them back to back. Not an easy feat against Zako. He's looked so solid in game 1, but the other 2 didn't look so good. Actually, Zako looking a lot better there. So let's see if that consistency is gonna pay off. He's even picked off the main god of Eric, Zeus, so we'll see how that goes. But special about Olympus are these little extensions at the corner. And at the other edges, we've got the relics here. There's 6 of them. We've got Arrows of the Alphar for better building damage. Then nothing here. Over here, we've got the Eye of Horus. That's for extra town center population. Then with this shrine, there's the Trojan Gate Hinge for stronger walls. Over here in the south, we've got Anvil of Hephaestus for cheaper armory researchers. Very much cheaper. It's worth picking this up, that's for sure. Arrows of Heracles are gonna boost ranged soldiers and heroes. And over here we've got Hecate's Torches for cheaper god power recasts and faster cooldowns on them. Cool. Temple's coming up. Gonna be a pretty fast advance for Eric. No, it's like 4 minutes because he's making an extra villager there. Then Zako has completed Flood of the Nile. He's getting now a food trickle. One good thing about Oranos in this early game is that you get a lot of favor. Look how much more it already is than our Isis players. And these 3 oracles at full line of sight are just super fast. Temple for Zako now coming up. Could be a slightly later classical advance, but this is also an easy map to wall. You can use the temple itself as a wall and just make a tiny one here. Put a bunch of houses around this front tower, and then you're pretty much golden. What's Oranos potentially gonna do to you? Really not too much. We've already got a sky passage, which will be connecting the town center as well as the wood line, as well as the Aurochs, should that be necessary. Why are we chopping wood though? He wants a TC, doesn't he? Yeah, it's a fast TC grab. Yeah, fine. We'll go up against Bast. And there is a second monument coming out. Very rushed to build it. With 4 villagers to then go to get some wood. Which does to me indicate that there are going to be multiple sphinxes out. Those sphinxes can then stop this town center potentially from coming up if Eric is not protecting it adequately. He's moving forward 4 citizens plus the one that's already here, right? Oh no, the villager came back? I guess it did. Yeah, 4 of them will be working on this. Sphinx coming across the map only has 30 seconds to do so. I'm not sure that's gonna work because the Calagria is just gonna pacify it, slowing it down to 2.7 speed. Yeah, the TC comes up, no issue with that. But there will be extra Sphinxes. There will be Sphinx raiding, and you know, some of these villagers are quite exposed. I think they can be at least bullied a little bit, harassed a little bit. Let's see what happens with that. Picking off the oracles for starters is huge, but the Calagria should be able to keep them healed up. Yeah, Zakolo is the same guy as I Kill, You Die. So if you've known him from the original game, same guy. He's just using a new name now. Ooh, that Sphinx getting on top of the villagers. Eric's fighting it. Whoa. Well, it's 2 of them now. Oracle should be able to garrison there, especially with the burst seal coming through. And there's the military barracks. Trio Sphinx is getting researched. So now they have goat heads. Araco Sphinx coming right up. The goats never really get to shine for long. Once you get one of them, you get both of them. And behind this, of course, our ISIS player will be building up that gold economy, no doubt. There's a second town center. And the only next mission is to get a big prosperity going. But I'm not sure that's going to be the case. It looks like it's a lot more food focused. And gold will be actually delayed. Another great raid. But the Murmillo should be putting this to rest. Now they're bird brains. Gotta be really careful with those because of Shockwave. Exactly. But hey, the Murmillo didn't attack. They were just kind of derping around, and the Sphinxes will be running away, no problem. Whew. That was stressful. Especially if the Calagria had been around to pacify them, I think the Murmillos would have caught them. At least one of them. Gold mining. Prosperity. 15 villagers and empowerment. I'm pretty sure also pickaxe was done. So that's pretty good. For Zakolo, he's gonna have a large economy behind this. He will be able to make a Migdol without any issues. And then Ancestor's Eclipse will be available to put some hurt on his opponent. A lot of villagers will be idled, no doubt. As long as they have any backup whatsoever. Which, there's gonna be plenty of that. There's 2 Sphinxes. There's gonna be the Scorpion Man as well. All of them under the effect of Eclipse. Wait, Eric is gonna go Hyperion? What? Why? Why not for the Super Contarius? I don't understand. Why Hyperion? Somebody explain this to me. Because against Egypt, with all those Migdol units, you're not gonna get a lot done. with chaos, are you? He is pre-queuing heavy cavalry. So they will be contarious still, but they're not super contarious. Forward Migdol stronghold. Securing the gold mine as expected. This is all walled in as well. I mean, there needs to be another wall, but Zako has a lot of gold sources. He's just happy chilling here. Got some hunting out here for Eric. Lots of sky passages to run around. Is Hyperion actually bad? I wouldn't say it's bad. It's just you're going to have super Contarius with the other one. And you're still going to make Contarius with this. So why not just make the super ones and get all the free myth units from the trees and get all the free healing from the trees? I don't know. It just seems better to me. Because like you're going to pay more for the Contarius and they're worse. Now, if you're looking at camels, I think it would be much, much better to start some Catapeltes up than just going pure Contarius. Actually get the counter units out, get them to fight each other, deal bonus damage against each other with Chaos, and then finish them off with the boys. Oh, wait, that's actually good. Like, the Scorpion Man got caught in this, the Sphinxes got caught in this, and they're all hurting each other, finishing off a lot of the camels, but they're still the ancestors under the effect of Eclipse. The Sphinxes were still doing work, and Eric is starting to lose a bunch of units. He's not that far ahead in the economy department, and you can bet our Isis will be using further casts of prosperity as this goes on. Finally, we're seeing some Catapeltes. That's a good addition, but it's still mostly just Contarius. And there are going to be plenty of Camel Riders to face that off. I guess he holds on to dear life. This is good. This is good for Eric. Let's see if he can take a third town center at some point, or whether he can get some big raids in, but I'm afraid that this is going to be an Osiris advance from our Isis player. Son of Osiris would be absolutely brutal in the coming fights, considering the armies are so close to power with each other. And then you get the souped up boy, who just picks off everything you've got, and you really don't have the tools to deal with it. You've got the Contarius. That would be great if it can get us around on the Pharaoh, but with all these camels around, I don't think that's happening. Don't need no Tot if you can just macro up, go Osiris, have maybe another Eclipse with mummies actually, because there are free monuments up already for our Isis player. Yeah, mummies are actually on the table. Need a fourth monument though to really do the Eclipse push. Just difficult to afford everything at once. He's also getting Nepti, which will increase bonus damage against myth units. I'm not sure that's necessary when you have Son of Osiris. Actually, Son of Osiris is not affected by Nepti. That's something to know. Camino just got researched. Heavy infantry is coming in for all these Catapeltes. That's going to be a nice tool. I really don't like Zako engaging into this. That was super unnecessary. He's going to have Son of Osiris. He's got a town center and Migdol here. Just wait. There's no need to do this. The prosperity is good at least behind this. I like that a lot. Maybe adding a bunch of chariots won't be the worst of ideas. Certainly won't be able to afford Eclipse now, though. Guess he doesn't need it, but hey, Eric's on a roll. He will be sending these villagers away easily enough. The Catapultis can keep the army at bay. He's got another cast ready of Chaos as well. So you could catch these camels, make them fight each other. They'll probably kill each other, to be honest. I'll tell you something, the Catapultis are not good against the Son of Osiris. Mumi is marking the targets. Only the one. And Eric does manage to save it, but the Son of Osiris is getting to work. Some of the lightnings bounce to the villagers. He could two-shot them. Oh my god. Two-shotting villagers. Well, what's Eric gonna do about it? He's got a big army. He's working on that third town center. Ideally, he would wait and go in with the full army rather than this tiny, tiny slice of it. Desert Wind is getting research. Copper Shields are getting research for the Egyptians. Ooh, I'm not sure I'm loving this engagement here from Zako. He's low on population. He could definitely pump out some more units. And honestly, the Catapultis are melting away his camels. Can the Son of Osiris keep this at bay? So far, the chariots are really not under too much threat, but they do need to start moving as the Catapultis get on top of them. They are gonna disappear, ladies and gentlemen. And the Son of Osiris is hitting back really hard, but this is a little bit too much, isn't it? Goodbye, chariots. 0 micro from Zako. And I think he's getting punished. We might just get ourselves a game 5, maybe. As Eric has reached full population on villagers. He's killed the Son of Osiris. And he's got a pretty decent army to follow up with. What was that? What? It was so good leading up to this. Oh, man. That was very poor by Zako, but he's still got the position for himself. There's other gold mines for Eric to make use of, so he's not exactly too bummed out about this. He's making freaking lighthouses. Okay, man, stop flexing. What is happening? Well, Zako will be taking the next gold mine. Chariots are now champion. They've got a bunch of the bronze line upgrades as well from the armory. Many more still left to do. Pharaoh just died on the front lines. Really weird place for him to be. Villagers are in trouble, guys. Why is Zako exposing himself like this? He's fighting with the kitchen knives. In come the camels to finish. Oh my god, the kitchen knives are OP. Villagers are going for the attack move as well, forcing away all these Catapultis. The Catapultis are losing against camels because of this. And Eric might just be in shambles, ladies and gentlemen. Population has equalized. The villagers here are ready for another prosperity at some point once there's enough favor for it. Now, this player is doing rather well. New kingdom, is getting researched. And we've got some siege works finally coming down for potential catapult action. There's the lighthouse, a shining beacon of Egyptian culture right there. Used for... I'll show you what it's used for. You can see the entire observable universe from here. It's crazy. It's nuts. Okay. What a strange video game this one is. We've got the catapults now coming out. Conscript Migdol soldiers as well to make them train faster. That wall might be a little bit too tight for the catapult to get to work, but I guess he can go over here, except there's no room for the maneuver. Well, that's unfortunate. Meanwhile, the main fight in Egypt is stuck. You can't really go in there. I think Eric just has too much stuff to make this possible. Ooh, that's a really good shockwave, and now everybody is gonna get surrounded. Or not. They're very slippery, these camels. All oiled up, of course. Just in case there's a shockwave. And we're gonna have a Hecate Mythic Age click up soon enough. Is that catapult working or what? There's 3 catapults versus Carnivora. What a game. Carnivora will take down the second catapult as well. But now the villagers will be kitchen knifing it to death. They'll be eating salad today. Oh boy. What a mess! What a mess. Both players are just trickling in their reinforcements into the middle of nowhere. I really do think Zako needs to hold this location back there. That's where you want to fight. There's nothing here to protect, right? So why even bother? The wood line is here for sure, but you can transfer to here. Then you've got 3 buildings shooting. And catapults once again starting to work. They don't have their upgrade, by the way. Engineers is not in, but there's about to be 3 catapults, and Eric is in a world of trouble. At least we got fortified town centers for Zako, and enough resources to actually pump out an army. But the Criterius will be putting a stop to this. It's like walled off, but not walled off. Eric can still totally come in from every other side. What's happening in this game? Good lord. The chariots are getting surrounded again. Catapults versus camels can only go one way. And all these camels are gonna die, aren't they? There's another surround attempt, but doesn't quite work. Some camels get away. Most of them do die, however. Bronze weapons coming in. Eric still doesn't have the resources for the Mythic Age. He could sell some wood if he wanted to. There is enough wood, I think, to just risk it. Especially with some farms unfinished. But he just spent all his resources on units. There's not gonna be a Mythic Age. He's hoping to just win the fight so hard that it wouldn't matter. Mummies are getting now pumped out. But ultimately, there's too many chariots, I think, for the catapults, and too much firepower from the Migdol strongholds and the town center. So they will be cleaned up. And Eric will have to rely on his next army again. He picks off the 6th or 7th catapult in the same spot. I think Zako just needs to make another wall here. It will be up in seconds. It's fine. Just put it in that little box and then everything will be great. Neither player can reach full population, ladies and gentlemen. This is a bit of a dumpster fire. Maybe the mummy count can be built up. That's also a really difficult thing to deal with. Trading has started for Zako. 44 gold a trip. It's not exactly great, but it's more than nothing. Eric isn't doing any of that. He's on 100 vils. He's fine. Plenty of gold left in the mines. Not here, but there's this one. There's that one. It's plenty of stuff. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, Hecate is coming in. Let's see if there's any good place to even cast that. Oh, wait, the Catarius are going after the gold villagers. We'll be getting a lot of pickoffs, well, the fortress will, anyway. Not the Cav. Why buy yourself an expensive horse if you can't even outrun villagers? That's sad. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, the mummy's getting to work. Ooh, the chaos is so well placed right now. Should mean that Eric gets to pick off everything, but he's at the moment just fighting minions. So the chariots didn't get too much focus in this. Which allows them to win the fight, I guess. Lumi's getting picked off by the Contarius heroes. That was great. Really huge value there for the Contarius. And Hecate is in. Now, where do you put that Tartarian gate? I think some of these... you could definitely put it here on that Migdol, but I think you want to put it near gold mines. What just happened? He put it on the lighthouse! He just Tartarian gated the lighthouse. What is going on? The Migdol was right there. I'm actually dying here. What is going on? What are we watching? Hey, a Lampades, my favorite unit. Never get to see her. Man, Tartarian spawns are really going to town though, destroying all these buildings. Even the Carnivora is helping. It's a Mythic Age Carnivora, by the way. 840 health. Now I want more Lampades, man. But I'm afraid we're gonna be looking at cavalry mercs joining the front line and not doing anything. Okay. By the time they get there, I think they'll lose all their health. They'll donate back at least 5 gold when they die. Yeah, half health mercenaries. Not able to do too much. But they'll be tanking a little bit. And Eric is really starting to be on the struggle bus. 140 population. He forgot to make units, I guess. Now the Tartarian spawn is fighting his own TC. And because he doesn't have a trade route, unlike Zako, he just doesn't have as much income. I mean, this is starting to be significant, especially if it was empowered. Burning Pitch is getting research at this point for chariots. So Zako has all the resources in the world, and Eric has just not made units for the longest time. He doesn't have that many buildings. He doesn't have palaces, which means he's not making any of the actually good units like fanatics. Villagers are getting picked off left and right. That's all the gold income that Eric had. That was the last of his gold mines. That's actually relatively safe. There's more out there, of course, but with how he's getting pushed, I just don't see him surviving any longer. Mass Migdol can be built up front. Even towers are now getting built. They're definitely less efficient than Migdol strongholds when it comes to firepower, but they'll get the job done. More villagers are getting picked off. This is actually sick. Zako is getting to work on that again. Another pickoff. Wow. 84 civilian population. That's how far Eric has fallen. Medium spearman. Can medium spearman into champion cavalry. There's a discrepancy here between the upgrades. But it's all good. The kitchen knives are out. And they're protecting the catapults. Slow pushing to the next town center location is now the name of the game. Eric's finding his own spawns. And is just not deleting the gates. I'm guessing that would mean that Eric would not be qualifying for the main event. It's extremely unlikely anyway, with many others tying his score on the overall tournament leaderboard. If Zako wins here. Zako has more points than Eric, so he's fine already, I think. But for Eric, this win would have been very important. All the chariots, all the towers, all the Migdol stuff. They have crenellation, so bonus damage against cavalry is now in. And I think we're just looking at too many chariots with ballistics. The cavalry no longer dodges their shots unless you micro them properly or are at full range. And this is just not enough to counter. Another shockwave comes in. But there's just not enough cavalry to actually take on the catapults. They are gonna get this town center killed. Or are they? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Eric is repairing with everything he's got. He's actually holding on. That's crazy. It's enough repair. Impressive. Well, here comes the guard towers. Iron shields as well. And a whole lot more unit printing. My goodness, there's a lot of spearmen coming. Well, they'll be much better able to hold this at bay. Eric's expanding to the gold mine, right? It's the last gold mine. And then I'm not sure what he does. Tartarian gate is being destroyed. It looks like the Egyptians are now high enough in number once again to kind of take this. The Contarians seem to be fast enough to evade the chariot shots even close by, but it's not going to be enough as Zako does destroy that town center, or is at least setting himself up for it, and takes this third game down as well. Eric is now out, and Zako will be going up against Magic. Winning most of the categories here, of course, except largest army. Eric has definitely put on some resistance, but Zako just overall in this series seems to have played so much better. And throughout this entire tournament series as well, the entire Wrath of the Gods event, he's been just absolutely a Giga Chad. Outgathering Eric here by a significant margin and keeping up with the KD, even though he's had some thrown armies, definitely. Overall, well done. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, next up, it will be Magic playing against Zako, so hopefully the players can go ahead and set that up, but I wouldn't be surprised if a small break was required. So guys, please do go ahead and set up your picks and bans and whole drafting process. And then that's going to be the last series I covered today. Enjoying a little bit of retirement after that until tomorrow. Tomorrow is day 2, so we're splitting this essentially into 2 separate days. Got plenty of matches left for you as well. Iron Maiden is streaming, by the way. Boyd is streaming, and he's not as far along as we are. So something to keep in mind. Wow, I'm talking a lot today. Getting a dry throat. I'm getting kind of peckish. Speaking of peckish, you know who we've partnered with? We've got a whole sponsorship partnership thing going on with HelloFresh, ladies and gentlemen. We actually do. It's down there. You've got our code, you've got our links, and you can check it out yourself on the website. There will be several offers for you available here, so several benefits. You've got yourself the free meals with extra breakfast added in, especially if you're in the US while your subscription is active. So we're talking about 10 free meals over there. HelloFresh just delivers really high quality food in general. From the farm to your door is the idea. And saving yourself a lot of time with that. Just getting some high quality meals in, whatever your dietary requirements are, whether you're vegan or an omnivore or vegetarian, whatever in between, this is for you, ladies and gentlemen, and you'll be able to support us through that as well by using our link in the code, which I'll be popping in the chat. There will be a discount on top of all of that, of course. So yeah, thanks to HelloFresh for sponsoring us today. And I think there will be a second sponsored day as well for next week. So yeah, guys, if you're enjoying the esports action we're putting on for Age of Mythology, Halo Wars 2, as well as Company of Heroes 3, then you can support us by becoming a subscriber for HelloFresh. Very helpful indeed if you do. Let me pop that in the chat real quick. There's the command, there's the links. And I'll do it on my YouTube as well. There we go. You can also check the description sections, and we've got a full disclaimer, by the way, on the MetaPlace website itself. Yeah, the first package is very cheap, that's right. And then the different countries have different deals. So whatever the local deal is, I recited what you get in the US, but the different countries have different deals basically available. All right, this is where we're at right now when it comes to the tournament itself, guys. We've got Magic versus Zako coming up on this channel, and then Boyd will be covering Shelty versus Garneth, and then the winner against Temista. Iron Maiden's covering Soup versus No Ra, so Soup can get ready. He's chilling in the chat, right, meow. And then we've got Grass and Groom versus B available for casting, which I'm not sure who will cover that, but it's up for grabs. I will be off after this one, though, I think. Unless it's very short. If it's very short, then I can just grab it from replays. That's fine. Can't cover them all. So, right now I'm waiting for the information. I think they are, in fact, ready. So, let's get the map draft for Magic versus Zako. It's gonna start on Giza. Land Unknown and Marsh are not going to happen. We've got also Elysium, Midgard, Ghost Lake, Kurlagar, Blue Lagoon, and Mount Olympus in the list. Then, for the God draft, we have got Gaia ban and Isis ban. Then you can see the gods on the screen for yourself. These are pretty standard picks for these guys. Magic wants the Egyptians, and Isis has been denied to him, as it should be. He's very strong with the Egyptians, and Isis is his main, so nobody wants to deal with that. Okay, we've got the Gaia ban, Isis ban. Gaia ban also makes a lot of sense against Zako. He's done well with that. Magic Zeus, I haven't seen a lot of, but I've certainly seen his Freyr. It's very good with that. Like, you wouldn't think of Magic as a Norse player normally, but what he can do with Freyr is absolutely nuts. Like, he just sets himself up for a boomy late game. You can't really touch him. And then he just kind of crushes you. It's brutal. And good old Kronos, Hades, Uranus, Loki 4. I like Zako on Loki. That's been my favorite so far. And maybe he can play Kronos just as well as he does Gaia. Let's see. But going up against Magic, that's going to be a tough cookie no matter what. And then lastly, the god picking. Okay, I think the draft screen is mostly ready. Very good, very good. They're picking their gods. I gotta put Giza as the first map. Magic has his god pick. Set versus Oranos is gonna be our first game on Giza. That's as standard as it gets, guys. Think I've analyzed this matchup several times now. Except with Gaia. So Oranos does much the same thing, but with the added potential of Shockwave. I do think you want those Super Contarius. I think you want Arcus with that. And it's just a really cheap way to clean up the classical age army. But unlike Gaia, you don't have your Lush. So maybe there's a good reason there to go into Murmillo and Terma, but it's certainly a lot harder to fight it in classical. So alright, while these guys are getting started, I'm gonna take a bathroom break. The lobby's still up, and then there's gonna be a 3-minute delay. And I can't do a best of 5 without a break, so I'll see you in a second. Thanks everyone for waiting. I'm almost ready. We're just waiting for the spectator delay to sort itself out. And then we'll be in on Giza for the Set versus Oranos. It's coming right up. Won't be taking too much longer. It was good to see some other streamers as well. Today, Mirez was on the DTs of Death channel. That was cool. But guys, this is always free casting, right? Like anyone can jump in. So if you want to start up a YouTube channel and a Twitch channel, always worth doing these commentaries, I think. It's available to all. We've seen so many Set versus Atlanteans today. So many of them. what this side of the bracket does. Eric has pressure to perform. Yeah, that's rough. That's rough. I think as you play more tournaments, that gets a lot easier though. It's really just about the grind of making this the new normal that you play in tournaments. I certainly used to have the nerfs from that in the distant past, but then we do like several years of that it just barely affects you anymore. I mean, you still get a rush from like the big important moments, right? Like just before the moment when you're winning or losing, it's very strong feelings, but over time you learn to handle it. Anyway, Giza, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Giza. We are in round 3 of our last qualifier for Wrath of the Gods. In the blue color, this is Magic, playing as Set. His opponent on the other side of the map, this is Zako in the green. Surprising color. He's playing as Oranos. Kind of camouflaged against the grass, but there's plenty of desert, so it's gonna be fine. Hey, did I mess up the scoreboard? I did. Let me swap that around real quick. Quick flip. Put Zako on the left. Then we're Gucci. Very nice. Alright, well, let's talk a little bit about the matchup between Set and Oranos. It is one of those repeating things that has been coming back today again and again. What I would expect is Set just playing for the classical age and putting on a little bit of pressure with the animals, a bunch of gadgets, through Ptah, as well as barracks units. Like a triple barracks is something you could build up to. Really the only big advantage for Set early on compared to something like Ra is that you get to convert these animals around the map. So let's say you find some rhinos by the town centers, then you can take those back home and your villagers don't have to move anything. Even better if you steal it from the opponent side of the map, so you make a fast second town center play just completely worthless. I think that is a pretty big moment. For Oranos' side, oh wow, that's a lot of goats, actually. 16 goats versus just Magic's 5. He's finding some more now. It's gonna be like 9 goats, 10 goats. It's not too bad, I guess. It's not too bad, but this is a lot at 15, 16. And more will be coming, I'm sure. Let's talk about Oranos. So yeah, he's going up Prometheus now. The mission from here is gonna be turning some villagers into heroes with valor, and then getting the Theft of Fire upgrade for them, improving the Oranos economy a little bit. But I do think you want to stay on 1 TC for this one, otherwise Set will be coming over with the Veget group and just kind of bully your villagers. And you're not Kronos, who has like the boosted speed for construction with the manors. It's a lot harder to get it done. In the long term, you do want to go up to the heroic age and print out some Contarius, and you can do that with... I would recommend to just go Thea and and get the cheap Quinterius with Poseidon's Secret and Lance of Stone. Faster, stronger, better, cheaper. It's very difficult for Seth to deal with that because he doesn't have anything special going on for his camels. So you don't have like Hathor for super camels with Dark Waters. You don't have Osiris for Desert Wind in the Mythic Age. You do have Todd in the late game, and you do have super Spearmen that you can make, however. So your barracks units are going to be absolutely sick. Seth already gives them a speed bonus. You get a discount on them with the monuments. And then you get the leather frame shield from Ptah. You get your Horus upgrades, greatest of 50, and Spear on the horizon. Those are really, really good upgrades. Well, Ptah is about to finish up. We've got a very standard Uranus opener of 1 military barracks, 1 counter barracks, so staying on that 1 TC as I described. It's going to be some light pressure, but probably not nearly enough to actually take on the Egyptian army. As Magic should be throwing down a double barracks, not a single one. Once he has the eco for it. Can more than supply the income for the units for that. Shouldn't be a big issue. There's the second barracks. Yeah, everything's good. Of course, the towers will be keeping him relatively safe. This barracks might get it. Nice job by the Prometheus breaking through on that. Maybe a more defensive location is required. And not having the Vedget in the fight also wasn't ideal. So he gets slowed down a little bit with that. Not too big of a deal, but something to keep in mind. Got the Sky Passage up now. So the villagers will be able to escape should they need to. And Magic finally starting his Spearman spam. You also got the Rhino ready to go when it comes to defending. I really like these random spears that Magic sends out just for vision. So he catches these raids early, they will attack move, and he just drags them around. This is really nice for him. Buying all the time in the world to keep the villagers safe. All the animals have been deleted, by the way, so he's gonna be hunting those. Doesn't have to be all about the chickens. Now the Rhino is dead as well. One thing you could do, by the way, is not kill them immediately because they will be decaying their meat. Instead, you could patrol the animals and just remember to come back, but it does take a little bit of extra effort. A wall of armory and houses will be made. All 3 buildings, mind you. And those monkeys are from relics. These are not from the map. So the 1 relic spawning 6 monkeys. A huge addition to Magic's army. Look how he outnumbers Zako. But of course, Zako has other plans. He's making a town center. He's got a ton of oracles. Some of them, unfortunate for him, are overlapping though. Ideally, you want to spread those out. But we've got a big shockwave coming in. And Magic's army is getting a little bit beaten up at least. The Vedgets are getting the business at the moment. The priests are trying to heal the Vedget, but it's not enough to Mumilo Hero. Just a little too strong. There are so many more Prometheans coming out as well, but the priest should be showing them who's boss. And even the Vedgets are doing double bonus damage against them. Sorry. Yeah, double. It's double. Now the gold miners are gonna get it. And Zako doesn't have anywhere easy to run off to. I mean, there's this one. He can be out there with a Sky Passage and just kind of sneak it. Or there's this one. Neither option is terrible. Certainly Zako can defend himself with towers and just units made back home. The town center shooting these guys dead as well. This is good value overall for Zako. Magic, I'm not sure he should be pressuring too much here. But hey, I mean, if he can stop gold gathering, that's not bad at all. Suddenly Zako can't make units except Prometheans. And Magic getting to work on the zebra. He's eaten all the animals back home. Doesn't have a lot of goats still, so that never really increased too much. Valor's coming in. It's another hero citizen, but they don't have the upgrade. Theft of Fire is not, and they're not working faster than normal vills by too much. You can see 1.4 versus 1.28. It's definitely something, but Theft of Fire really changes the situation. Terma dropping left and right. Magic's just dominant. If he can take over this gold mine once more. Now he's got a secondary raiding group of spearmen going after this gold mine. Zako won't be able to sneak it. The temple is nearly destroyed as well. Won't be lasting too much longer. Magic just adds a bunch of slingers, honestly. That's all he needs to do at this point. Got everything else. And once he has map control, he can do whatever he wants. Go heroic. Probably not a second TC, I wouldn't recommend that, but just heroic would be fine, I think, for heavy units. 2 citizens got picked off, so Magic's once again equalizing the economy. Not that it matters when he's gold controlling. You can have a villager advantage, but if you can't... Oh, wait. Somebody's sneaking somewhere. Oh, the back gold mine is occupied. Magic doesn't know about that, I think. He does know about it, but he didn't expect that. Brutal. Well, Heroic Age will be coming in now for Zako, I'm sure. Just needs a little food. Wait. He finds out about it. Oh my god, the spearman went in. Another pick off on a citizen. This is still not safe. And still no Heroic Age. What is going on for Zako, man? Okay, that's exactly what I was hoping to see. Quick Feya. Getting the free units out of that. Dryads will be helping out a lot. The gold mine is in the main base, safe for the moment while the Sky Passage is under attack. This is the opportunity to make use of that, because all these military barracks are just ambitious to try to make work. The Egyptian villagers also swapping to the sneaky gold mine. There's another one that's already being worked on here. A more obvious pick. Magic is a little low on resources, I'll say. Food-wise especially, I just don't see him getting to 800 anytime soon. He'll be in the classical age for a lot longer. Zako managed to sneak that gold mine once again. But I think Magic's looking. Oh boy. It's gonna be a Sky Passage trying to secure this, but doesn't matter. Can't Magic just dive this location now? Get on top of the villagers, steal the tree, get the healing from the tree onto the Vegets. He knows about this as well. And he's taking a TC as a result. Wants more vills. Understandably so. Zako just really holding on to dear life here. Magic's big bully. Sky Passage absolutely getting wrecked. Yikes. No more gold mining out here. Well, I guess there's a little bit of gold mining going on in the main again. But, is that enough? It's just 1500 gold. Magic can fight this, actually. Especially with Ancestors, he can fight this. I guess one of the advantages with Sky Passages is you can run from that very easily. Now with Magic starting to catch up with the villager count, he's gonna eat these giraffes as well. His sheep or goats are getting pretty fat. Nearly full size. Great opportunity to heal up your boys, I think. Oh, the spearmen are now heavy. Wow, they're looking for some damage. They are very, very upgraded. The villagers have to respect this. Could cast ancestors here. I think the villagers actually aren't able to garrison. He's having a two-fronted fight. Ancestors will be on the front line, but all the gold mining villagers are. They're trying to once again sneak to the back, but magic just takes the win, as Zako has nothing to fight back but wins all the categories except deaths. That was super straightforward for him and very dominant in every way except resources collected. Actually, that was fine for Zako, but his TC clearly never paid for him. Like, look at that graph. Being harassed on your gold can be quite devastating here. Alright, so that's one for magic already. Need to flip him, because I flipped in the game and it impacts this screen as well. Okay, we're getting the next God Picker information. Wait, the draft doesn't exist? Huh? No, we got it, we got it. It's gonna be Zeus versus Hades, but what map? Kerlaugar. What else? For this matchup, you have to do that. Alright, there's our up-to-date information, ladies and gentlemen. This one's all about the hoplites and the Toxotes. Hades, I like Hades' situation there, just because he gets, first off, he gets Sentinels back home, right? That's great. And continuously getting the Shades as well. Getting Curse in Heroic is fantastic. And to deal with the Scylla, you get your Argo. That's through Aphrodite, so Zeus doesn't have access to that at all. But there's a lot of great things going on for Zeus as well. However, one more thing for Hades is the Toxotes instantly getting ballistics as you reach the heroic age. That's a huge, huge moment. But Zeus, he gets a little bit of free favor, so you never have to pray in the early game, and then only once you want to get like Sarissa and your other upgrades. You can also opt for adding in a Minotaur or something, because you have bolt available, right? You bolt the Achilles and you have a substantial lead on land. Then you use these Minotaurs to beat the ships up, because on Kerlaugar the water is shallow and you could enter that without any issues with your land units, so you get land versus navy very rapidly developing there. I think these guys are already in the match, I just can't see it yet. There it is. 2 minutes of spectator delay. But yeah, man, Magic's playing just super solid. Leaving no room for surprises. What else is there to say? I highlighted the hoplites earlier. The Sarissa hoplites have super high stats, especially once you get all the armory upgrades for them, as well as the Aegis shield. Just don't try to go Hippospis, because the Toxotes will be picking them off super easily. So something like Hippospis and Peltas just doesn't work in practice, because the Hippospis don't get to beat the hoplites due to the presence of the mass Toxotes. Something to keep in mind there. Could we have another matchup on this map once? No. Evidently not. That's it is what it is, guys. It is what it is. Yeah, the guys are doing all the same matchups again and again. That's true. Well, you gotta save it for the right map, right? Right god, right map. That's how it works. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time for your Kalagar map intro made by Wolf Studios. Enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Kalagar. This is game 2 of this series. It's a best of 5 though, so we might be here a while. Let's see what he has to say about it. Magic in the blue color, playing as Zeus. His opponent over there in the green, this is Zako, playing as Hades. Now Kalagar, it's shallow water. You can put your dock anywhere you want. It doesn't have to be exactly on the shore. It can be in the middle of the water, closer to the fish if you want. But it does cause some issues with pathing. So you gotta be a little careful not to block your own ships. Zako doing a great job moving the caribou under his town center, so the villagers will be perfectly able to gather from these with a low walking distance. He's also getting to save between the cost of the storehouse is saved. He's using it for both the gold mine and the trees. Magic cannot do that. His base layout just doesn't give him that bonus right now. A bit of a disadvantage there. But I'm sure he's gonna be fine. Being Zeus, one of the big deals is that you've got the bolt god power available in the Greek mirror. It's a huge deal because you get to bolt the classical age hero, which you absolutely have to make in order to succeed. But maybe in this specific instance you can delay it a little bit and force the bolt on something else. Problem is, those units are 270 resources if you account for favor being 10. And well, taking out 270 resources with a guaranteed chance of success is just super solid for Zeus in the early fights. Then both of these I expect to go up with Athena on this map and just getting those Athena hoplites going. While Zeus have some extra favor, so he doesn't need to pray at the very beginning, whereas Hades would do if you want to get access to Sarissa or extra Minotaurs. Well, Zeus can just do a little bit of praying with like 2 villagers, not like 3 or 4. And also Hades has got to get the special Hades upgrade, Vaults of Erebus, to get 2 gold per second for free forever. But to get that, you need 15 favor. It's a pretty big job for the villagers. It will eventually pay off, though. Eventually. Magic already with his second dock. We don't see that for Zako. He's got a faster temple. Whereas Magic is just happy to gather away a little longer. Zako has way too much food right now. What is going on? He's finally going up Athena. Magic still only on under 300 food. But he'll have a lot more fishing ships at the end of all this, right? In theory. Zako is going up to 9 already. Magic actually has less. He just now got 9. Zako just puts a second dock here, focusing on this area. Another advantage Zeus has is the hoplites doing bonus damage against buildings. It's an extra 50%. So if you have overwhelming numbers, you can take down the docks rather easily as Zeus compared to Hades. And then, you know, they are also faster than those of Hades. Lots of things to deal with, but Hades does have the better archers. Especially once you're in the heroic age, they get automatically upgraded with ballistics for free. So that's very nice. Well, we've got Athena. And it looks like Magic, as he was aging up, he's getting out his Jason. Gonna try to pick up a relic, but that's not gonna happen because Zako already has it. This is the Raya's crown for cheaper town centers. We might see that later on. Much later. This is typically a 1 TC game on this map. System of Bast for cheaper villagers is also around. Then we've got a Canopic Jar of Imseti for 25% faster training infantry, and the Archimedes' Ledger for cheaper siege weapons in terms of population cost. I don't like to Pentaconner against a dock in the opening. Oh, bolt is getting used on the free Minotaur. Okay. So I don't like the Pentaconner because it has very low pierce armor. The dock will be shooting it to bits before it can do anything. It did some idle time on the fishing ship, so that's not bad. But now it's dead. And Magic can just pump out actual fighting ships. Hammer ships are okay once you're dealing with the sea ships, of course, but to take down docks, nah, just make stuff on land. Magic with the triple military academy, going way heavier on the hoplites than predicted. The good news about this is that he'll be able to ignore all the ships, or he maybe just runs on top of the Juggernaut. These guys are faster after all. One problem with the Trireme is it's missing most of the shots, as you can see. Hero's trying to get on top of the Minotaur. They're doing a pretty good job of it, but he's just running away from all this for now. Magic is kind of outnumbered for the moment. These heroes are an absolute pain, but he's starting to win with his greater reinforcements coming in. Restoration should be used by both players here. And that is now happening. Got a hoplite lead for Magic for the first time. He's actually got 2 euros. Sarissa is now being researched. That will give these guys some extra damage, as well as an extra range on the enemy hoplites. So even as they're running away, you can get that one last poke in, slow them down, and then keep that chained. I think I'm once again liking this for Magic. He's just got the better numbers. He's got the faster hoplites. With Sarissa, he'll be able to reach the running away enemies much more easily. So if he separates the hoplites, they will be running down those of Zako very easily and snaring them with each of these attacks. Of course, hoplite on hoplite damage is not very high because, well, the 40% hack armor just absorbs it all. But hey, you can go and destroy some houses because you're Zeus. Bonus damage against buildings, right? Zako is in fact housed, so this is a devastating strike. If Magic takes on the others, I'm not actually sure he can recover from this. It's about to lose the dock as well. But the ships now helping out in combat. Maybe that's a little bit overeager. Not realistic, I think, to take everything on at once. Ooh, Magic's kind of splitting his damage, but he's got the 2 heroes to help tank. And his hoplites are better doing more... Oh no, they're not doing more damage. They both have... No, this is not Sarissa. This is bronze weapons. What's going on? Or copper weapons, excuse me. Sarissa does give them the 1.75 attack range. Now Magic's getting the hoplite upgrade, which will combine with the bonus damage against buildings do even more work. All the fishing ships are getting shut down, and Magic with his second dock now able to put on some more fishing. Wow, that's a huge swing. And I just think Magic's running away with this game. That might actually be over. Not sure if he needs to even bother killing these fishing ships. Yeah, just ignore it and go for the miners. Wait. He's attacking the TC? My god. No. The Zom. The Zom is too strong. Don't do it. Yeah, gotta run from the Zom. It's too powerful. He can win the fight out here, though. Bunch of Toxodis finally getting added as well. Yeah, Zako is alive for now. He's got a second TC. So it's not all bad, right? But Magic has a massive population advantage. Oh my god. And fishing ship-wise, can't discount the fact that all of these have died. Or, well, have been idled. Zako trying to rebuild, but the villager's getting sniped by the trireme. Doc's not going to finish. And just by making an extra unit or two, he can take control once again. Magic can, that is. Hoplites getting on top of the Toxodis. We'll be cutting them down in no time, even though they're technically countered. The number game is just that much in favor of Magic. And he's killing villagers left and right, helping him equalize the situation. But he really does need the heroic age from here. If he wants to do damage, he is going up Dionysus, which will give him bronze, which will give him a Hydra and heavy hoplites. This is gonna be nuts. Bronze alone could win the game, I think, with some extra units. Triremes will be picking off the remaining fishing ships. There's really not that many left. And you know, while these hoplites are faster, the chasing units are also doing pretty well. Doc might actually go down. And then Magic has to run. There's too many Toxodis here. He can't take this. They are now medium Toxodis as well. That's really nice for them. Well, as usual, guys, make more buildings. Then you can make more units. System of Bast is getting carried around. That would be nice in the temple to get the discount. Cheaper villagers, right? Heroes are very weak. And Magic, I think, is a little bit overthinking this. I think just run back home. Right, you've got all these hoplites. They'll be useful in the fight. Bronze them all up. See what you can do from there. Eco upgrades versus no eco upgrades. That's rough. I think he's donating too many of the hoplites here, but he's got a really good frontal army going after the villagers once again. And these hoplites are plenty tanky. They're heavy hoplites now, taking down the Toxodis without too much issue. Magic on 140 population to not even 100. Only 5 villagers behind. That's more than made up by the fishing ships, who by the way have per scene already done. So that's pretty good. This hoplite group is still running around as well. And we should be seeing a bronze in no time. Maybe merge up the armies. Hydra getting blasted pretty badly. 47 health on this thing, oh my. Maybe he can squeeze out a restoration, but it's not going to be needed as Zako resigns, giving Magic his second win in this series. Absolutely sick. Wins every category once again. I mean, this total military resource value just tells the entire story, right? Total population as well. Just completely diverging towards the end there. Even though Zako had an extra TC, just couldn't make anything happen with it. Brutal gamer, this Magic. Brutal gamer indeed. Now we're getting the information for the next map, which is going to be Mount Olympus. And there's all your updates. And we're getting the god picks now. Magic already has his. Zako has just a few seconds to do his. I hope he doesn't mess up. I think he's getting timed out, guys. Ooh, he might have picked at the end there. Okay, we've got Kronos. That's at least on his list, so everything's fine. Mount Olympus. Might be our last match for the day on this stream, at least. Good old Ra versus Kronos. More Egypt versus Atlantean. We've seen a lot of that today. Yes, Magic. That's right. If you win this match, it's the last one for today. And also the last series for today, because tomorrow we continue from here onwards. So, if you win, you may go. Yeah, guys, this is gonna be one final shout for the HelloFresh sponsorship. Check out our link in the about section, description section, whatever it is. Exclamation mark HelloFresh for the chat. Even on the MetaPlace website, it's pinned. If you're a user on MetaPlace, you will have gotten an email about it as well. Anyone ordering a HelloFresh subscription will be supporting our project directly while getting dinner, and breakfasts are included for free as well. So pretty good deal, I would say, if you're looking to support what we're doing here with all the esports business. There's more of that coming in the new year, so really looking forward to that. We'll also do something for the lower levels, not just the top boys. I know it's frustrating to have to fight against Magic in the early rounds and whatnot, but we'll put on a different format where the pros fight the pros and the rising stars, as we like to call them, fight each other. So that's coming in the new year. There will also be a deathmatch event. So really hope you guys are looking forward to that. It will be all on the MetaPlace channel. So please check out the MetaPlace channel as well if you're on my personal one. I'll drop another shout out there. Make sure to follow it because I will be streaming them all on the MetaPlace channel, not my personal one. But for this one, for Wrath of the Gods, I'm live on both. That's just not going to be the norm going forward. Anyway, Mount Olympus, we're going in 2 minutes and a half. Almost got you there, chat. Almost got you there. I hope you've been having fun throughout today. There's another day coming tomorrow of this, where the big boys will be fighting. And I'll be joined by Yo Desla to get you even better casting. It's a bit hard to keep the energy up by myself, but when I have someone to bounce off of, it's so much better, I think. Especially someone like Yo Desla, who is high energy. So really looking forward to that. Yeah, unfortunately he was busy today, so he's not streaming today, but well, he is Halo Wars, so we might actually rate him at the end, if the others are also done. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, I think he could use the support, right? Oh, he's gotten his casting suit and everything. Alright, we'll definitely rate him then. Once this is over. It's gonna be sick. Okay, getting to the end of that counter. Yeah, the map's Mount Olympus. Very standard setup with Kronos versus Ra. I'm sure Magic's done this a million times by now. Let's see what he can do. Welcome to Mount Olympus, guys. This might be the very last game in this series as Magic's up 2-0. This time he's playing in the blue color as Ra. Facing him off on the other side in the green, this is our Kronos player Zako. He needs 3 back-to-back victories to get a reverse sweep against Magic if he wants to continue in this tournament. But supposedly he's got enough points to qualify. He's been above the pack that was at risk. So let's see how that goes for him. The map is special because of these shrines out on the map, as well as these little pathways that lead to them. You got the Oseberg Wagon, the 6 relics by the way. Oseberg Wagon is a caravan booster. More speed, cheaper cost. Very nice for the late game. Doesn't matter for most of the game though. Tower of Cestus gives bonus damage against myth units for towers. Raya's Crown makes town centers cheaper and auto gathers some favor. And we've also got the Titan's Treasure, which will make age ups cheaper. Got the Scales of Kotobla Pass for myth unit Pierce Armor. And we've got Tearfang. I got your sword for hero lifestealing. That might be quite good for both of these sides, as there should be a larger amount of heroes in this matchup. With Magic potentially looking for his good old snacks. Ooh, that's just in range with that granary. Very, very fortunate there for Magic. Either way, what I wanted to say, he will be wanting his snacks, the budgets, and that will basically demand a lot of heroes. So yeah, expect a lot of those. The temple is built right next to the manor, boosting its build speed. And we might be looking at a 3-minute 30 advance here from Zako. That's exactly what it looks like. Oh, he's queuing up another villager. What? What is going on? I guess we are playing against Ra, so we have the time. And you can just time shift manors to the settlements to get the build process done faster. This one kind of secures his gold mine too. So I would quite like that. Especially off of a time shift, right? Like, oh, sorry. You got this time shifted temple. The myth units pop out double myth units because you're Kronos, so your pressure is actually really sick. You get these villagers off the chickens, or sorry, the hunt for a moment, and meanwhile you just take your own town center. The other guys worried about cleaning up on this side, and you just get a nice economy behind this without sacrificing too much villager time as you would with the other Atlanteans. So I think that synergizes pretty well. Then you get Theft of Fire, you use your valors on your citizens, then you got all these heroes that are now better at everything thanks to the upgrade in particular. They're better anyway than the regular villagers, but with the upgrade, they're crazy good. Well, there's already 3 priests and magics pre-positioning them to deal with the Prometheans. We've got the obelisks as well getting made. He wants to see what's coming his way before it happens, basically. The villager does get to garrison into the tower, and Magic will be getting his classical age in time, giving these priests extra range and firepower, as well as the budget is out now, pushing all of this away. But behind this, Zako has not been doing too much of chilling, right? Like he's time shifting his manners, he's working on the settlement. This is a hero that's about to be a hero once he remembers to use his valor. I think you should use them immediately once it's available because of the cooldown. Like you do have to wait 30 seconds for the next one. And having had Theft of Fire already, well, not yet, I guess. But if you get Theft of Fire at this point, then they'll be building the settlement even faster. It's already really good though with 2 manors. Counter barracks is coming up. Magic starting his pump. Won't be able to destroy this temple, not even close. But he does have his second barracks coming up. It's all empowered, by the way, by the Pharaoh, so these units train faster as well. I would like to see a bunch of slingers. You're going up against the counter barracks, right? So there's a really high chance of seeing some kind of range units from the Atlantean, especially when there's a double one. Yeah, it's not going to be all kind of penalties. You got to make the... And this is seen, I think, by the... Let's see. It is seen. Magic knows. He just killed all the Prometheans as well. So yeah, slingers should be the follow-up, in addition to some spears. But at the moment, Magic's spending all his wood on Vadgets, which might pay off or not. Gotta use that Valor on cooldown, man. That's how it works. Just no upgrades. Where's Theft of Fire, sir? Magic has his usual opportunity. The gold mine is a little bit exposed. He could potentially look to control that. Zako is not able to make villagers non-stop. He's underdone his food distribution compared to his wood distribution. He's getting a little bit too much wood. So does need to make a transition there. And sneaking a gold miner out there would be also very smart, in my opinion. This time he doesn't have sky passages like Oranos does, and Magic has a much better economy back home. Being constantly empowered by a pharaoh on every resource is a rather large deal. Look at that, everyone's empowered, the training speeds are faster. It's kind of nuts. And he's gonna have rain available later down the line once he swaps to farming. Even better. Alright, he managed this. Zako did reduce his wood people. That's all as it should be. Priest will be taking these breaks to heal up the army as well. So if Zako does want to engage, it won't be that easy. Magic's a little bit housed. But sir, you are Egyptian. There's no excuse, right? He's making all the houses. Alright, it'll be fine once he does that. Also getting an armory going. Egyptians get the houses for free, guys, so no excuse to be housed. Plenty of X-Men are out. They will be taking down those Murmillo like they're nothing. And all this additional poison damage doing a lot of work too. There's very little healing available for Kronos. Only Valor, really. And then later in the game, you can get the regenerating heroes from Hyperion. But we're pretty far away from that. Theft of Fire is only now coming in. There was plenty of favor, but just... There was wood as well. I think Zako forgot, guys. This is just tournament pressure. The gold miners started having to run away from this, of course. It was a risky position they took, but hey, there's another gold mine out there. Could try to sneak that, but he needs to be an absolute ninja to pull this off. Magic behind this is grabbing another town center, and the triple barracks can just get back to work anytime. One good piece of news for Zako though is his 58 civilian population. That is actually super sick. He can keep that up. If he can outpump Magic that hard, I think his heroic age might just be devastating. But let's see what he actually gets done versus what Magic does. Shaduf is coming in as the hunt is running out, and Magic doesn't want to risk too many villagers on that. Ideally, he would stay by his TC, get some outer gold mining. And you also got Temporal Chaos. Sir, can you afford that? Are you sure? Temporal Chaos allows you to time shift multiple buildings at once, up to 3. And I just don't see how he's gonna make use of that. That is nuts. Doesn't show up like this, but you can go to the tech tree. That's all it does. It makes the time shifting cheaper as well. But if you're not gonna time shift, there's no point. And manners and all that, they get time shifted for free anyway. They only pay for the shooting buildings. Anyways, we've got a battle going on. All the Murmillo are dead. And overall, the Vagets are doing a lot of damage from the backline. Very little of focus firing going on with those Turbo Heroes. They're fast and everything, but can they actually get anything done? I don't think so. 3 of them left. The priests are helping as well. Looks like 2 of the Vagets will be going down to the... Oh. With all the Spearmen dead, makes sense to save your units. But unfortunate that Magic just didn't make any Slingers. That would have been so helpful. I'm not sure there's a big reason to make this many Vagets. I don't understand. You know, but like when you scout double counter barracks, wouldn't it be best to just add some slings? Deal with all these Cairo Ballista very easily. Don't risk your economy into Vagets. I just don't see what can go wrong with that. Either way, Magic's gearing up for a nice heroic age. Got a lot of farms down. And if he casts Rain, these are gonna go absolutely insane in terms of gather rates. Better than hunting. Anytime now, Magic. Oh, he's waiting for Plow, of course. That makes sense. The sneaky gold mining has begun once more. I don't think these spearmen though can engage the Cairo Ballista. That's too many of them. Magic will need his slingers. And there's the rain. Make it rain, baby. 1.64 versus 0.9 is the gather rate difference. So yeah, rain is definitely worth it. It does cost the gold. So if you're really tight on gold, maybe not. But otherwise, yeah, just go for it. Cairo Ballista barely getting any snipes off. Most of the shots get dodged. Got a forward tower by Magic. Didn't expect that. He's also going heroic through Sekhmet. Sekhmet? Alright, I guess we're gonna get Bone Bow Chariots. And Hyperion coming out from Zako is getting economic upgrades, he's getting armory upgrades, he's getting line upgrades, getting everything. Also securing a front gold mine, that's great. This manner will help him build everything faster. Of course, adding in a palace in this frontal location would be very helpful too. Gotta be careful though with the Cairo Ballista. If Magic makes too many slingers, they'll be evaporating very, very quickly. Gotta be really careful with that. Also, as far as the economy goes, Zako is almost maxed out. Oh my god, he can just go Mythic. That's crazy. He could just throw down the palace and go Mythic immediately. So he could get in a very big implode. Whereas Magic will probably just need to sell his food in order to make the Mythic jump. He's got a lot of it. Nothing stopping a second rain. Gotta do the second rain. Maybe he waits for irrigation, but I'm not sure it's needed. Just use it. It's 30 favor. They could do a third one after that. It's crazy. Cooldown is so short on that thing. You can just pretty much constantly rain. Atlas is coming in with the double boost from the manners they stack after all. So you can build that palace really quickly. Slings of the Sun is coming in for any infantry. The slingers are going to be crazy good. They also have electrum bullets for the divine damage. And there goes the Migdol Stronghold. Hey, Magic's not using his rain. Is he saving for a second citadel? The citadel will be training villagers faster, so that's why you see one of them ticking so fast and the other one so slow. It's an extra 25% rate. Oh my god, the oracles! First off, they were clumped up. So they weren't gathering faster than they, as fast as they could. But then they're also dead now, so. Maybe Magic's helping Zako, that's what this is. Third town center coming up. Got heavy infantry and Osiris. Wait, what's Magic doing with all the favor? It's gotta be a second citadel. It's basically like having a third town center at that point. Maybe even better. Not in terms of population, but it's close. Adding elephants now. Yeah, what's the Atlantean army gonna do? Like, without a ton of Contarius, Son of Osiris is just absolutely spooky. And look how much that... Oh my god! That destroyer just disappeared. The stacking poison and the divine damage just melted it. You also got the bonus against infantry, of course. So all of that together. Oh god. Bonus against this, says Zako. And these Zakalos in all the units. Where's the slingers? They're all gone. Oh my god, Magic. Down to 120 population. Jesus Christ. The Kronos army keeps pushing forward, looking to finish the job, but there will be Son of Osiris to face sooner rather than later. What Vadgets? They're all dead as well. Plenty of slingers are out though, because they're all empowered from barracks, right? But now Son of Osiris. Oh god, Zako! You're running into slingers with Chiral Ballista! They're all gone! He's just killing thousands of resources here with freaking slingers, man. Son of Osiris is in as well. He'll be finishing the job. Wait, Magic does need to micro the slingers though. If he's shooting everything else, then... well, the everything else will win. Did a pretty good job though. Son of Osiris now able to finish this all off. He will be taking a beating, but it's okay. Acid blob going boom. It's really just up to the slingers now. Wow, that tower is doing like no damage, my god. Son of Osiris taking a hell of a beating from these boys. Migdor Stronghold getting deconstructed as well. Forced is Magic to make another one. Can he actually hold on at 105 population? But because he's killed the entire army, I think he's doing alright. There's not that much of a population difference. And Son of Osiris is no population, so he counts as like 10 or 20. If you micro him very well, he counts as 20. Scales with the player's skill. Okay, what about second implode? if those oracles hadn't died, if they were hero oracles, then maybe it would be realistic. There's not gonna be a second implode anytime soon. But that's what it would take, I think, to solidly bring back this game. Because Magic's also at a very high civilian population count. He's got the Son of Osiris, which is just winning here. Look at that destroyer army just melting away to the divine damage now. It's kind of nuts. More stuff from Magic is coming out. He's got another Pharaoh there, who should probably go back to Empower. Should probably think about spamming more Reigns, as he's never put down the town center. He spent it on some other upgrades here. Not sure what it was, but he's finally got a mummy and 2 and 3. This is how he'll be growing his army. A lot of Arcos heroes are entering the field, so as long as Magic just pulls away the mummies into Narnia and picks them off with his slingers, he will be fine. But there's all these Contarius to deal with now. They're getting on top of the Son of Osiris, and he needs to get out of here. Garrison through the Migdol. Let these units die. Get the minions as a reward. Wait, where's the minions? There's none. There's just a one. That's unfortunate. even more Quintarians joining the battle. The 100 civilian population looks like Zako can pump forever. But his core army is now dropping. It's the raid that's running past everyone. That's unfortunate. Magic has eaten the gold mine. He's got nothing to fight for there. It's all about this side of the map now for him. And as long as he like puts down a Migdol or whatever, maybe he just pumps out like 2 mercs to defend. He's fine. The mass champion slinger is owning the battle somehow. That's crazy. Zako just can't get anything done. Magic doesn't even have fortified town centers yet. He doesn't even have his 3rd town center yet. But finally the Cav finds some villagers. We'll be picking these off. That's a nice little find. But Magic has so much wood, he can do this all day, honestly. No fanatics from Zako to deal with the elephant. It's oh, he's making fanatics. I love it. Finally. Pantera is not able to sustain all this damage. How are they doing with the shield upgrades? No iron shields just yet. But the Son of Osiris is such a Giga Chad, he just plows through them. All his divine damage doesn't care. Another deconstruct coming through on the Migdol, and Magic's no longer protected here. He might just lose a little bit too many villagers and gold income, but I think he can sell his other resources for now. Zako just continuously pumping. He does not have fortified TCs either. He can just barely not afford it, but he's so close. If he just pays a little bit of attention, he can get a large army going and overwhelm Magic. Trickling one by one into this is definitely not the answer. So, you know, just group up, get fortified TCs and go. But no, he just spent everything on Arcus Heroes. It's gonna be a bit of a wait here. And Magic once again pulling forward. He's out of gold. He will have to sell all the wood he's got. For now, though, the champion spearmen are holding their own against the Cantarius, but just pick off that South Osiris and you'll be good to go. Where did all the Arcus go? I guess they're all dead. There were a bunch of heroes getting made earlier. All gone, apparently. And Magic's oversaturating the gold mine. He's got the TC, he's got fortified. All he needs at this point is trade. And Ra has no problems getting trade. Like, you just slap down a triple market. You click rain on cooldown with like 4 monuments or 5 even better. And you just pump those caravans day in, day out. It won't be a problem to afford it. With this many mummies, the minions are actually starting to become a problem. Kind of like the old game's mercenaries would. Except these are just wood cost units now. So the mummies are really, really strong like that. But also their ability is just crazy good. Destroy the temple. See if it angers the gods. Well, it's a very, very full army from Magic at 245 population. Still doesn't have a second citadel. But again, the rain thing and the trade is more important to sort out at the moment. Would love to see that. Maybe he puts a market in here to pump into this TC. Whoa, whoa, whoa! The slingers nearly killed themselves with chaos as I was looking away for that. The one moment I look away, something big happens. Big surround as well on the Son of Osiris and the slingers. Son of Osiris goes down, but the slingers are too strong. And the mummies together with the spears hold on, killing all the Cantarius. Look at that massive, massive army of Magic. 23 minions at the moment. That's insane. The Scarab's gonna be helping Siege here. And Magic can basically do whatever he wants at this point. He is getting started with catapult pumping. He can kitchen knife these villagers to death as well as he pleases. There's nothing left for Zako. He is going to, in fact, resign. Ladies and gentlemen, Magic moves on to the second day of the tournament into the quarterfinals. No big surprises there, but I mean, Zako certainly gave him the business in this game. for a long time. Magic still recovered, however, very cleanly, winning most of the categories except resources. So even with Ra, didn't use multiple reigns, didn't get to win the overall resource war. Very, very powerful, this guy. Outkilling Zako despite the massive implode, despite all these other fights. Just divine damage, man. Divine damage, getting so much work done. 27 villager kills by Zako on top of that. Wow. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is where I'll be stopping for today. That was plenty. There will be more tomorrow. So, I really hope you had fun. Make sure to hit the follow buttons, especially on the MetaPlays channel. And I'll be seeing you again tomorrow. Check out our sponsor HelloFresh one last time. Links are in the description for a really good discount on their offer. You get a free breakfast as well. 1 per box. Should be pretty sick. And you'll be supporting us in the process with this whole esports business. So, gamers, I'll be seeing you tomorrow. And you go and watch some of the remainder of the games. I think Boyd still has something going. Maybe Iron Maiden does. Let's see where they are exactly. Iron Maiden is still in the early stages of his set, and he could really use the viewers, I think. We'll be sending you guys there. Thank you very much, and I'll see ya tomorrow. Bye-bye.